you get that?
Yes, the webinar has just begun.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Calling to order this special workshop, the Albany Unified School District Board of Education on Tuesday, September 1st at 4:02. Student board members, would you like to read the mission and vision statement and our meeting norms, please?
The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are to maintain a focus on what is best for our students, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, to endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's belief in what is best for students, and to make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Superintendent Wells,
Here?
President Trutain,
Here?
Vice President Durham,
Here.
Trustee Clark,
Here.
Trustee Doss,
Here.
Trustee Hinckley,
Here.
Student Board Member Mala,
Here.
and Student Board Member Corzo Clark.
Here.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Shen. All right, so we're going to move straight into our agenda item number 2, best practices for time management of board meetings, because I see that we have no attendees besides the panelists, so we have no public comment. So we'll move straight to item number 2. Dr. Wells and I prepared this item together. Dr. Wells, would you like to introduce it, or do you want me?
I would love to introduce it, President Trutain. Thank you so kindly for providing us the opportunity. But before I begin, I want to acknowledge one of our school board trustee. I want all of us to look over at Trustee Hinckley. She looks a little different today. I think she's looking a little older, maybe by a year today. And so I think it's her birthday, and here she's coming to this special meeting on her birthday. That's just amazing dedication. And if I had it my way, I would have us all sing her happy birthday, but I think wishing her happy birthday and acknowledging that she's spending a significant part of her special day with us, just so that we can serve the community at an optimal level. That epitomized commitment. So thank you, Trustee Hinckley, for being here on this day. And you didn't know we knew it was your birthday. We have to say thanks to Trustee Vice President Duran for spilling the beans. So we know it's your birthday, so happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I feel like I'm aging a year every day, so I probably do look a year older than I did yesterday. Yes, thank you. We'll have a cake the next time we all meet in person. We should have a lot of cakes for a lot of reasons.
Okay, that's a deal. Good afternoon, everyone. I know some of you guys been at Zoom early this morning. For those who may have forgotten, we have one of our trustees, Trustee Clark, who's a school teacher, who's up every day bright and early with his class on Zoom. And so he started on Zoom and ended on Zoom, and he's back on Zoom today. So thank you for your awesome dedication. We notice it and we appreciate it. In that same vein, we also want to at least pause every year, a couple times a year, to look at how we, operationalize our priorities. We say our top priority is student achievement for all, and we also say that we want to be responsive to our community. But we want our words to be consistent, or at least congruent with our actions. And I think for us, as a governor's team, it starts with our board meetings and how we run them, and revisiting our protocols to see whether or not our actions are in line with our goals and are actions are being sensitive and responsive to our community. And so it's important to take a moment to take time out and look at how are we currently running our board meetings? Is it the most efficient way to do it? As I look back and looked at some board meetings and did some reflection, I had to pause and say, Houston, we have a problem. For instance, we have been recently and consistently going well beyond our scheduled times. And we understand during a crisis, from time to time that may be necessary, but we don't believe that it's necessary that we go beyond the time all the time. So in our presentation today and in trying to get the board members' feedback on how best to run timely, efficient, focused board meetings, we want to take a look at what are some of the things we're doing in terms of our facts. We want to look at what other districts are currently doing to commit to running timely and efficiently and focused board meetings. And then we want to give some background on some of the recent research by CSBA about how important why it is important for us to run such meetings and what kind of impact that has directly on student achievement. So today our purpose is to participate and contribute to efficient, focused, and timely board meetings. Just out of curiosity, how many enjoyed leaving and participating in wee hour of the night board meeting? Raise your hands. This is just a sanity test. Okay, I don't see any hands up. Okay. Some basic facts about AUSD board meeting practices and protocol. Our student trustee, Mala, if you'd be so kind to read the what numbers 1 through 6, much appreciated.
Sure. Board asks questions before the meetings. This is a model and best practice. 2, meetings go on well beyond planned ending times consistently, although item time allowances have been repeatedly increased. 3, despite the efforts of the rotating agenda committee to prioritize issues, there is a lack of primary focus and structure related to district goals and objectives. 4, our biggest and most visible frustrations occur after 9 p.m. 5, more families and community members could watch board meetings from start to finish if we conducted meetings at reasonable times, efficiently, timely, and focused meetings. 6, currently open sessions are scheduled to start and end at 7 or 7:30 to 10 to 10:30. Our open session meetings scheduled from 6 to 9 more reasonable.
And thank you for that. And if we could just pause and marinate on that for a moment. Is there anything else that any of the trustees might want to put as a fact as it relates to our board meetings? Okay, moving right along.
I do that one thing.
Go ahead.
I don't see anything about like big ticket items and not putting multiple big ticket items on the same agenda.
Okay, good observation. Much appreciated, right on target. Thank you, that's a fact. Any others before we move on to the next? And we can always circle back. Next, we have, as I had a chance to peruse through what other districts are doing and those who made a commitment, we have 3 districts that I identified in Alameda County, and I'm sure there's more, but here are the 3 that stood out, who committed to efficient focus and reasonably allocated times for open sessions. And later we could talk about some of their best practices to try to commit to this. Alameda open sessions are from 6:30 to 9 o'clock. They commit to that. Emory is 6 to 8, 2 hours, and Piedmont is from 7 to 9, 2 hours. And we can get back to that because some of the obvious questions would come up. I don't want to tell you, I just want to ask you, what are some of the questions you have around this when you look at, Alameda, 2.5 hours, Emory, 2 hours, Piedmont, 2 hours? How do they do that? What comes to your mind when you see that? Any thoughts?
Well, I know that our meetings always go far past what they're scheduled. So knowing what they schedule is one thing, but knowing whether they actually end at those times, I'd be curious to know how successful they are at that. I mean, those are short meetings.
And just going off of what Sarah had said as well, I know some groups, not necessarily school districts, but some groups that will end even if they're in the middle of an item or in the middle of a discussion. They don't they have a habit of not extending meetings, so they'll just sort of cut off whatever they're doing then and shift the rest of the agenda to the next meeting, which kind of backlogs their progress. So that's also something that they could be doing, but we don't know from this data.
Student trustee Corso Clark, I have to accuse you of being a forward thinker. And you get to share some of those wonderful ideas when we break out in the group. So thank you for that. But don't forget that, because that's the kind of thinking and feedback we're going to need to hear tonight, and kind of contribution we're going to depend on you guys in order to move our board meetings towards something more consistent with our goals and objectives. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I want to jump in real quick, Frank. I see that Clementina has her hand raised, but regarding Sarah's query about, well, this may be what they commit to, but what do they actually do? I was talking just yesterday to a friend of mine who's on the Piedmont board, and she said that it's hard to get anyone on their board to stay past 9:30. She said that they often have an extension till 9:30. Sometimes if it's, you know, a really big discussion, a really big item, they might go till 10. And I think they broke their records at the last meeting. They okayed a $16 million addition to a construction contract, and they went to like 11:30. But that was so that was really unusual for them, and that's one of the reasons that we were talking about it. So I would say that from her information, their normal maybe is 2.5 hours till 9:30, and sometimes until 10. Clementina, did you want to go ahead?
Yes, a couple of things. One is that I think we spend a lot of time with the community, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Maybe we need to look at that, of how we structure input from people in the community more efficiently. One thing with respect to that is that I feel that more and more we're getting agendas and responses to our questions later and later. Like agendas are barely going out to the community just within the 72 hours. And as we all know, we have a very engaged and educated community, and they have lots to say. And whether that's appropriate specifically for the board meetings or prior to the board meetings is something we could discuss. But I just think that information also has to get out on a timely basis so everyone knows ahead of time and can be prepared well. Even I, well, never mind about that. Talk about that in small groups.
Those are good points, Vice President Duran. Thank you for that. Let's move the page up so we can see the next section. Okay, stop there. Here we have a section called Why Efficient, Focused, and Timely Board Meetings. And Trustee Corso Clark, would you be so kind to read the first paragraph? And Trustee Hinckley, can you take the second paragraph? Thank you so much.
Sure thing. So, background. CSBA concluded in its research that effective school boards clarify values, norms, and protocols. These help boards define their collective beliefs, how they will work together, and the procedures they will follow to manage board operations. Protocols are found in the Governance Handbook and may be formalized as board bylaws. Effective boards are intentional and specific in how they structure and organize their governing work so that they can fulfill essential governance duties and focus organizational priorities. Protocols and bylaws provide clarity and remove confusion. Without clear process, governance is difficult, maybe impossible.
And thank you for that. And Trustee Hinckley, if you'd be so kind.
According to the CSBA's research, failure to establish and abide by values, norms, and protocols is a common source of difficulty for boards. Lack of clarity or commitment to these procedures can create confusion as well as anger or distrust among members and the community. This often distracts the board from its real governing and primary work, student achievement, and has a negative effect on board and district culture. Lack of prioritization can create a perception in the community that the board does not heed or support district goals. Effective boards work hard to maintain clarity and commitment to the board's values, norms, and protocols.
Thank you for that. Is there anything that stood out or resonated with anyone in those two paragraphs? If so, please take a moment to share. I think Clementina,
Yes.
Trustee Duran, Vice President.
Yes, I sort of want to push back about the research in the sense that I think, we've certainly talked about it anyway, and I think we've made some attempts to focus on student achievement for one. But also, besides student achievement, hand in hand, as we now see in COVID, more particular, but it's already been one of the goals of the districts, is the whole child and the mental health, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that has been a major issue that has cropped up more and more, and something that I feel we are attempting to at least listen. If we don't have the answers, we're trying to discuss. And the other third part of our strategic planning, et cetera, our goals has to do with communication. And once again, I mentioned that earlier, that I think it is taking substantial time when you have community folks involved. And I understand that it's a board meeting, and maybe we just have to figure out some other way of having community input. We can be creative about that later.
Thank you for that, Vice President Duran. Any other thoughts about the paragraph, something that stood out, something resonated with you in any of those two paragraphs? Remember, we're gonna always circle back. Okay, next page. Okay. President Tutain, would you be so kind to take the next two sections, existing AUSD bylaws and why should board meetings end by 9 or 10 p.m.?
Sure. Existing AUSD board bylaw 9323 states that meetings should be adjourned by 10 p.m. Although these are certainly extraordinary times, it is clear that in general practice, the AUSD board does not adhere to our own bylaw. Why should board meetings end by 9 or 10 p.m.? Staff, teachers have to work the next morning. Parents and caregivers have a right to hear and participate in a public meeting that is not at an unreasonable time. Third bullet, trustees may not make the best decisions after 10 p.m. This can impact the education of all students in the district.
Thank you for that. Anything stood out there? What resonated with you?
Just, I agree with all of it.
Same.
Go further. It's like coming, Trustee Hinckley, you know this all too well. It's like coming home and what did you learn today? Nothing. What do you mean nothing? We got to push. So I'm going to push, right? What stood out? What specifically, if you had to pick one item, what made you go, ouch?
I mean, they all really resonate. I mean, I think that once you get past 9:30 or 10, there's just limited value in it in terms of the quality of decision making, the ability of people outside the board to participate, whether that's staff or parents. Yeah, it's just really late. I mean, it's gotten to the point where 11 p.m. feels like a win, which is terrible. We had a rough year starting in with meetings that ended at 2 in the morning, but I do think there's a lack of responsibility on our part at some point in continuing to make decisions when we know that it's not a suitable environment for that.
Excellent point. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's important to, I think that's important to make sure that we are making decisions, you know, earlier in the evening, and not just making them. Like sometimes it's like, I just want this to be over, you know, and that's not necessarily what's best for the students. So I think that's really important, but also recognizing that teachers and staff, but also other board members have, you know, work the next day. So, you know, being mindful of that, and especially with everything that's happening now, taking into consideration that people might need more time to get things together, more rest, you know, for dealing with everything that's happening. So I'd like to see us, if we can make a commitment for the board meetings to be over by 9, that would be my vote.
Anything else? Thank you for that, Trustee Doss. Anything else that stood out there? Trustee Clark, I know you've been at it early this morning. I'm gonna keep you awake. Talk to us, Trustee Clark.
Yeah, I'll just start off saying I'm happy that we're having this meeting. Not too happy that it's coming up with only 3 months with me left on the board. All 3 of these bullets really stand out, but especially the first one, staff and teachers having to work the next morning. I never signed up to be having meetings till 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning and being a zombie the next day. So I'll talk more about this when we break out into rooms, you know, but I spoke to Frank a little bit about this and Kim as well, but just moving forward, I'm not going to be here much longer. And as a member of the community, I want to watch some of the board meetings and participate. And I don't want to be doing it at 11 and 12 o'clock at night.
Thank you, Trustee Clark. I had to bring your brilliance in. I want to follow up there. One of the things that stood out for me was we say we want to be responsive to the community, and yet these board meetings are uninviting. If we know that board's going to be going at it till 2 a.m. in the morning, we're not watching the meeting. But if we know it was going to be a short, brief meeting where we can get some good information, we'll be ready to watch it from 6 to 9 or 6 to 8:30. And then you have more viewers and participation and more people looped into what's happening at all levels of our educational system. So that's what stood out for me. Vice President Duran, if you can be so kind to take us home with the last 2 paragraphs and read those for us.
Sure. Long-term considerations. If the community sees that being a trustee is manageable by working and raising a family, AUSD will be able to attract excellent candidates. AUSD is lucky to have qualified candidates running this year. However, we can probably all think of others who refuse to run because they are wary of taking on an unreasonable load. Preparing items for board meetings takes a great deal of staff time. The primary responsibility of staff is to keep the schools running smoothly and dealing with all the issues related to that. Especially during these unprecedented times, board requests have required staff to regularly work extensive overtime. Asking for in-depth presentations while the executive team is working 60-hour weeks can lead to burnout or resignations.
Let me just say this. I wish my cabinet was working just 60 hours a week. They often do 70 hours and Saturdays and Sundays. But they're committed, and that's what they do. But I'm concerned that it's not about seeing how fast you can go at the start, but being able to go the whole distance and being available and receptive for the whole year. So Student Trustee Mala, I want to hear your thoughts about the last 2 paragraphs.
Yeah, I think it is important, like as we reach a new turning point with the election, it's all very important that we're getting a focus of having new trustees. And I think there is a general sentiment in the community that, you know, when there are board meetings, it'll go over time. And one thing I've noticed is towards the end of meetings, we kind of, when it gets really late, there's less questions and comments. And I don't think that's necessarily because it doesn't, board members don't have questions and comments. They're just everyone's so tired that that's what ends up happening, which can lead to less efficient decisions. And I think, yeah, we all have other things to do. So I'm really glad we're talking about this.
And on that note, the perfect segue.
Can I jump in real quick, Dr.
Please
Dr.
do.
Wells?
Please do.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something about the part of candidates wanting to run. I had asked quite a few folks if they were interested in running, and their answer was just, oh, hell no, because they watch our meetings and see how long they're going. And before I ran, I reached out to some board members, and they told me the hours of the meetings, and I watched some of them, and they followed those hours. Had I known this is what I was signing up for, I wouldn't have signed up. So I think that's really important, that if we continue this way, I think there's a big pool of people out there who might be interested, but are just not going to do it.
I thank you for that wonderful point. It's just we don't see any benefits of that. So I think that's the collective viewpoint. So thank you for that. Any other thoughts before we move into our activity? Here's the question. What are some thoughts about how to achieve efficient focus and timely board meetings? That's going to be our primary focus. And the activity, let me walk you through it before we get into our various groups. We have the activity is in 4 small pull-out groups of 3s, each including board members and staff, respond to the following questions. And Student Trustee Malaf, if you'd be so kind to take section 1A through, bring it up some more? Yeah, A through I. Can you take your time and read that for us?
Yeah. 1, brainstorm. What do you think we can do to conduct meetings more efficiently and timely? Create a list of responses. Here are a few ideas to start with. A, continue to have long meetings, but start them earlier in the afternoon. B, commit to having shorter discussions. C, limit each trustee to 5 minutes of comment or question on each item. D, have fewer items on the agenda. E, have more meetings. F, consider a limit to the issues bin. Any new item coming into the bin would need to push out an item already there. G, require any new issue to be agendized, not to simply get a second, but to pass a vote of the board. H, trustee proposing a new item should state how it directly contributes to the district's objectives for the current year. I, divert more issues to staff, standing committees, task forces, school site committees, etc.
Thank you for that. And so these are just a few general ideas. You guys are going to have many more. And we're going to get into our breakout groups. But I wanted to go a little old school this afternoon. And the young folks are probably like, oh, how old is he going to go? Well, it reminds me of pickup basketball, where you have your captains and each one get a turn to select a member on their team. And so that we won't be overstacked with board members in one group, we're gonna spread them out. So we're gonna have 4 board members as captains. And so our captains for this evening will be everyone except Board President Trutain, meaning that Vice President Duran and Trustee Clark, Trustee Hinckley, and Trustee Doss are going to be the captains. And you're going to select one person at a time to be on your team. For example, if I were a captain, and my number 1 pick would be Student Trustee Audrey Mallah, but I'm not a captain because the 4 board members are captains, and we can go in order who's up first in terms of you selecting your team to be a total of 3. We can go with Vice President Duran, who could be the first captain. Second captain could be Trustee Doss. Third captain, Trustee Clark. And the 4th captain, Trustee Hinckley. So why don't you guys go up first? Trustee Vice President Duran, select a teammate.
Okay, I'm really old school. I'm taking both Audrey and Leo.
No, you only can take one at a time.
That's old school. We cheat.
No. Now we're on
I'm
the
kidding.
playground fighting. 1 pick.
I can't. I want one. I want both of them. I'll let somebody else choose the other, and I take whichever the
No.
two is left.
I'm the ref. You got to abide by the rules.
Okay. Because I think I've worked with Audrey more, I'd like to work with Leo today.
Okay. Next,
Sorry,
we
Audrey.
have Trustee Doss. Who's your pick?
And I can choose between anybody other than the other board members. Am I right?
Right, because they are all captains.
Well, I think I'm going to go with Executive Director of Student Services, Richie.
Okay. Next, Trustee Clark, your pick.
Yeah, Assistant Superintendent Williams.
Oh, okay. Trustee Hinckley, your pick.
I'm gonna snag Audrey.
Okay. Now we're back to Vice President Duran, your pick. Can't hear you.
I want two.
1 + 1 = 2.
I'll take Julie.
Julie. Now you take Julie, okay.
Oh, it's my turn.
Trustee Jones.
I can't believe she's still available during these picks, but I'm going with Jackie Kim.
Wow.
Chief
This is
Business
gonna be
Officer
interesting.
Kim.
Okay, Trustee Clark, what you got?
Yeah, Chief Officer of Human Resources, Marina Gonzalez.
Oh, watch out now. This is gonna be a battle. And finally, Trustee Hinckley, who do you have?
Assistant Superintendent Williams is not taken, right?
She's taken off the board, first
Ah,
round.
dang it. Okay, what about the superintendent?
You got it.
Okay.
And now, you know what? I'm gonna have to go default because we can't leave Kim out there. Nobody picked Kim.
I want Kim on my team.
No, Kim is going
Wait,
to.
that's a free for.
But why don't you facilitate and I go with Trustee Hinckley, President Chutain? Is that okay? Okay, you just be the observer. So here's what's going on next. We're going to leave this meeting and go to a new Zoom meeting where we can put us all in the group. So we sent you all an email. And let's go to that Zoom where we can have breakout groups because we can't do breakout groups from this format. I just realized. Would that work? So go to your email and we go to a new Zoom.
Okay.
So we closed this one.
Is
We
that
leave
right, Julie?
this
We close
meeting.
it or do we keep it open? We close this, right, Julie? Marie?
You'll have to close this one. You can't be in more than one Zoom at a time. So
Yeah.
just close out of this one. Go to your calendar. It was sent as a calendar invite about 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
Just one real quick question. What if there's community members that want to jump on at any point?
Yeah, that's one of the difficulties with the technology now and COVID and everything else. I know it's not perfect.
There's no attendees at this point, and so we're allowed to break into our small groups. Also, so Frank said I was supposed to start to facilitate now. We haven't set a time limit, and we need to do that. So the small groups are going to need to come up with a couple of lists. You're going to have products that you're going to bring back to the larger group. So Frank, I would think that we needed at least 10 minutes for the small group. Do you agree?
I would go 20. 10 minutes because they're going to need to grapple with the tasks that are listed number 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, so with 20 minutes, that puts us back, I'm gonna call it 4:55-ish. Everybody needs to come back to into this Zoom so that we can join again together and have a large group.
Okay,
And
would
then
you
that
like
only
to-
gives us 5 minutes and then we're over again. We have an hour for this item and we're talking about being more efficient. And now we're going to start off being over again.
Well,
No,
actually,
we have an hour
moved it.
15.
Hour
We're supposed to
15,
go
yeah.
to, yeah, we're supposed to go to 5:15 with this item.
Thank you. My mistake.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. See you in the next Zoom.
Okay, Kim, can you not log off for a second?
Sure.
I'm just concerned that if I leave this meeting, then it's going to close completely. So I made you the host. When we've done this in the past, I've stayed on as the host so that, and you can go back and forth into different groups. But if I close this meeting, I'm going to have to restart it from the beginning. And if anybody tries to log in, they're not going to be able to.
Okay, so you've made me host now?
Yeah.
Okay, so make me host, and then I'll stay in this meeting, but I don't think that I have the ability to go and visit each of the small groups.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be part of this, so
Yeah.
okay, I guess if you need to go into the small groups, then what would you suggest? We just
I think I'm just not going to be able to, which is fine. But I'll stay here and just watch in case anybody shows up.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Julie.
Uh-huh.
Bye-bye. I'll text you if I need you, okay?
Sounds good. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Yay.
I'm the first one back.
You are the first one back at 4:59. I texted all of the groups. Let's see if that shakes them up.
Are we the only ones back?
You guys are the first team back.
Woohoo!
Congratulations. Yeah.
Leo kept us on time, was a taskmaster, I swear. I didn't get to talk as I usually do. You'll be happy to know.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, we're missing 2. Okay.
President Tutain, if we can have the group captain report out their recommendations, and we take all that qualitative input, and then as we meet and grapple with maybe a recommendation for the October 8th board meeting, if we're ready for the board to consider in terms of some adjustments we may want to consider making to hone in on having our board meetings become more timely, efficient, and focused.
Okay, we'll see. I'm actually hoping that since I'm hoping that since this was a discussion, that we might be able to move this item to review and action, where of course it could be tabled if it doesn't come back to the board looking like, you know, it should, like what was agreed upon here. But just in order to move things along, I would like to try to do that. Okay, so our first presentation is going to be from the Geronimos.
Oh, I love that name. Actually, our warrior Leo is going to take over and present for Julie and myself, as well as Leo.
All right, so our top 2 responses to number 1 from picking from the list, well, one of them was to possibly limit each trustee to 5 minutes or X minutes of comment and question on each item. And we were talking about this and how, although it seems like we're limiting discussion, 5 minutes it's a longer time than it sounds to speak. And it also, just in my own personal experience and like Model UN and other sort of speaking extracurriculars that require limited speaking time, I've found that when you have less time to speak, what you say is more concise and streamlined, and you're still able to get your point across. And so I think we thought that would be a good way to help shorten our meeting times and keep us from going over. And the other one that we came up with as a group was to sort of either, so we're talking about prioritizing having longer items that require more engaging discussions at the beginning of our meetings, and having things that are much shorter and trivial, or such as like contracts or approvals be towards the end, since in case we do go over, we don't have to worry about making these huge decisions that require a lot of critical thought. There at the end, we'll just be approving these contracts and things like that. And Julie threw out the idea of maybe adding a couple of these types of things, these shorter things, to the consent calendar instead of review and action to streamline that process. So those were our top 2 ideas. And then for number 3, creating a list of our start-stop list. Our start list was to start limiting speaking time for items, both within the board, and then also possibly within public comment, where we would, instead of we would have like a specified slot chunk of time, so like 30 minutes of speaking time for an item, and then depending on how many speakers wanted to speak is how we would decide how much speaking time each individual speaker would get. So that was an idea that we had to start doing. Another thing was, of course, like we said again, prioritizing our longer discussion items towards the beginning of agendas, and the shorter items towards the end. And then also making sure to not include multiple big topic agenda item, big topic discussion items on the same agenda during the same meeting, as that can result in a lot of going over. And as for things to stop doing was, we kind of thought that of the things we discussed, the most like all-encompassing way to say it was sort of stop doing egregious meeting extensions, where if we're talking about a discussion and we extend the meeting by 45 minutes, that might even incentivize the board to fill up those 45 minutes with a discussion when it might not be necessary. And so to just keep the extensions to only what's really necessary.
Well,
Got it. Okay.
President Tutain,
Yep.
in the spirit of timely, let's limit the next speakers to a maximum 2 minutes so we can finish on time.
Whew. I'm gonna fight with you for 3. Yeah. Because I think
See, that's part of
I
the
think
problem.
3 minutes is going to be necessary.
My
Okay.
recommendation is listen to the superintendent.
The DOS Warriors. Do you want to go next?
Absolutely, absolutely. And in true team captain fashion, I'm gonna nominate one of my all-stars here to, and I have 2 on my team, but to read off what we came up with. So with that being said, I'm tagging in Executive Director Richie.
Thank you, Trustee Doss. I'll be quick. I probably only need a minute because student board member Leo Orcoza-Clark, thank you for summarizing a lot of the information that we also thought about. So I'll be succinct. We thought about starting to limit the time extensions to just 1, and the time extension would have to be 60 minutes or less. Our second start is to flip the order of the open and closed session, beginning with the open session and then having closed session afterwards. And then moving over to our stop column. And again, this is also in line with what the first group was asking for. Stop putting the time sensitive items at the end of the agenda. It would make more sense. And we think the why is because those time sensitive items directly affect student achievement. Often cases, if we don't get those time sensitive contracts in place, then the students end up feeling the effects. So with that, I yield my time to the next group.
Got it. Up front. Okay. Then that moves us to the comments, like Haley's comments. The Clark comments, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it brief too. And if I'm not reporting this out right, if anybody on my team wants to jump in, that'd be great. But as far as like no's, would be A, to continue having long meetings, but start them earlier in the afternoon. Absolutely not. And also E, to have more meetings. It's just too much work on the staff, okay? And then as far as what we should consider to do would be C, the limit to each trustee for how long they'll be able to talk. And G, require any new issue to be agendized, not simply get a second, but to pass a vote of the board. And then a couple things that came up, one of them my team discussed was some kind of limit on the amount of agenda items a board member can bring up per year or per quarter. I saw that talked about CSBA training before. And then this one, I forgot to bring up, but I think I mentioned it to Frank before. I think by having our meetings videoed and being on YouTube, I think it encourages people to come and just talk longer than they need to because they want to see themselves on the TV, to be completely honest. And then in San Leandro, where I teach, our board meetings are just audio taped. And I think that that's something we should really consider because I think people come to the board meetings just to show out, and that's just my own personal opinion.
Okay, I got it. Got all of that down. And that brings us to our final group, the Hinckley heavy hitters. Go ahead, please.
Names are hilarious. So we also talked about a limit of one hour meeting extension period, and then the meeting is over. We also rejected the idea of starting earlier. We talked about a strict time limit for board members, but felt that it would be better to focus on having us make some informal commitments about preparing for the meeting, which of course requires having packets early, and then sort of checking ourselves and how much time we take up in the meeting. We talked about the fact that there weren't any items on here about public comment. And I know that I cannot email all board members outside of a meeting to let them know what I think, but the public can. So for me, I think the board's ability to speak in a board meeting is more important than the public's in that regard, because we don't have the opportunity to hear from each other outside the context of the board meeting, but we do have the opportunity to hear from the public. So some of the other things we talked about are ways to make the public feel heard and that they have an opportunity to participate in board and district decision making without taking up as much time during board meetings. So how do we facilitate other ways of public participation that don't require live comment during board meetings and allow us to limit that? I think that was all that we talked about, unless I'm missing something. Oh, we did talk about agenda items, but I think most of our focus was on how do we keep each agenda item from spiraling out of control, which seems to be more of the problem than the quantity of agenda items, because often it's just one agenda item that adds an hour and a half to the meeting. So we didn't talk about some of the things people mentioned about strategies for reducing the number of items on the agenda. We were more focused on how do we keep any individual item from stretching out to 2 hours.
President Tutain, can we get a time check?
I have 5:13.
Is that timely or what?
Amazing.
Can I add one comment to my thing though? So this meeting is actually a good example of where I think the discussion would be more efficient if we had more time to prepare. So like we've only known for a couple hours that this is the discussion we were going to have. And I think that if we had when we have the opportunity to spend more time preparing, our discussions are more efficient. And I think this is a good example where most of us didn't know that this was happening until we got the attachment from Julie a couple of hours ago.
I would just like to add that, yeah, I honestly feel I start pushing back when I don't get timely information, because I do need the time to think about it. And for me to be the best informed member and thoughtful, I really do need the time. So once again, it's about receiving the timely information.
Can I jump in, President?
Thank you for that.
Go ahead, Trustee Clark.
Yeah, I hate to rain on our parade, but I went back and checked the agenda. This is actually agendized for 60 minutes, so we actually are over again.
Okay. On the the document, it was listed as 4 to 5:15. But I don't doubt what you say about the agenda. Okay, so we do need to close this item. What I will try to do is I'm going to try to rework our board bylaw 9323, and I'm going to put these different ideas in like a bullet list. And that way, when it comes to a discussion or a vote, the board can take that opportunity. I think it needs to go to discussion because not all, there were different ideas presented here. And so that way we can easily retain some of the bullets and eliminate other bullets. So you will see this again, it will come back. And I do appreciate everybody's good work on this. I think that it wasn't originally planned to be a part of this workshop, and it was only after last Tuesday's meeting when Frank and I decided that we needed to have some sort of open discussion about this, because it had gotten to a point where both of us felt that it was having a deleterious effect on students even. So it happened pretty fast, and I appreciate your patience on this. The document that you got this afternoon was finished this morning. Okay.
And the flip side,
I felt the same way too.
Yeah.
And most importantly, it was highly engaging, and I enjoyed to see my colleagues and the board have an opportunity to give input in this kind of spirited arena. It's the first time I ever seen our board president really light-footed, and it just made me smile. So thank you for all of your engagement.
Thank you. And we will move on to our Albany Coming Together item. I'll hand this over to Dr. Wells to introduce.
The Albany Coming Together is an ACT acronym that I'm going to turn over to our executive director, Alexia Ritchie, who was a founding member of this organization. She was with it from the start to finish, and no better person to really put this all together in a way where we can operationalize and articulate some of these recommendations. So with no further ado, I turn over to you, our very own executive director, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. Thank you, board members, everybody who is participating and watching either tonight or on the recording. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to reflect on the hard work of the Albany Coming Together initiative, and wanted to give a couple of background pieces and then jump into some recommendations and what we would like to do to move forward. So the goals will be on the next slide, Julie. For tonight, we have two goals. We'd like to update the progress on the Albany Coming Together recommendations. And again, we'd like to determine which recommendations to focus on for this school year. Thank you. Next slide is going to be some background information. And thank you, Dr. Wells, for your introduction. I was a parent, actually, of an Albany High School senior in 2017. So my perspective was multifaceted, where I got to watch the incident kind of, again, play out from a parent standpoint, as well as my role as the Marin elementary principal during that time. And again, we're referencing March of 2017. What I wanted to pull up for background was actually a headline that I was able to find from the United Kingdom. What was amazing during that time was waking up every morning and seeing which headline was connected to Albany High School. And it was very interesting to see that this story actually grew wings around the world. And we made newspaper headlines in Australia, United Kingdom. There were podcasts created about this. I believe there's even a book in the works. And so this story, for many reasons, positive and negative, took on a life of its own. And what I was engaged with this particular story was that it broke it down as a summary. So forgive me for reading it, but I will, and then I'll elaborate a little bit. The headline from the Daily Mail from the United Kingdom. This was dated, again, I think it was March 31st of 2017. They portrayed it as this: real life mean girls spark chaos at the California school. Protests break out after groups of students are found running Instagram page mocking classmates' race, weight, and appearance. The bullet points, again, are coming from the article, and what I liked about it is it summarized some of the major issues we were facing back in 2017. As you recall, we had students at Albany High School who staged a sit-in outside the school on a particular Thursday. We had angry mobs and protests that broke out over the return of a suspended classmate. Students were disciplined after running a problematic Instagram page. Some teens believed that the offending students were not sufficiently punished. Classes were canceled after the majority of students joined in the protest. And an earlier incident was reported of students making anti-Semitic gestures. Again, this just scratches the surface of what we were facing back in March of 2017. Of course, and we have no attendees at this time, and I do believe that everybody was present for that incident, with the exception of Superintendent Wells, but do recall that there were a group of students who created an Instagram page. By some means it was public, and by other means it was private. The pictures and the comments on the Instagram page were targeting specific students. It included extremely derogatory and violent remarks. It had doctored pictures of students with nooses around their neck. It also included some staff members. Primarily, most of the targets were African American. There were also students of other cultures, but primarily the students who were targeted, one thing they had in common was they all shared black or brown skin. We had some females who were targeted. We also had some males who were targeted. The people who created the Instagram page were actually primarily male. There were some females who were involved as well. You had a situation where the authors of the Instagram page were addressed and suspended. You also had a situation where people who liked the Instagram pictures were also suspended. After that, many things happened. One thing in mind was, how are we going to recover as a community? So my discussion tonight will be focused on the recovery, not necessarily the actions that happened because of the behavior. Albany Coming Together then was a directive from, I believe it was the Board of Education as well as the superintendent, to again address not just this particular Instagram issue, but to address other systemic racism, sexism, and any other ism that were affecting students' sense of safety and dignity, not just at Albany High School, but it reverberated throughout our district. In fact, you'll see soon that there were efforts from preschool all the way through our transition program. Next slide, please. What I'm going to be bringing to you next comes directly from a Board of Education review and discussion item from February 13th of 2018. So approximately a year after, but this does really capture what the background of Albany Coming Together was. In fact, if I could pause here and actually acknowledge Trustee Doss for coming up with Albany Coming Together. I recall that night at the community center when the Albany Coming Together foundation meeting was held at the Albany Community Center. We had probably close to 200 people in the room, 150, 200 people in the room. The reaction and the sense of support from our community was outstanding, not just that evening, but going forward. So I do remember Trustee Doss suggesting that Albany Coming Together should be the working title of our group. Here's a little background then from our former superintendent, Valerie Williams. Albany Unified School District and our community have been wrestling with our personal and collective responses to hate incidents that have occurred locally and nationwide, which have impacted many of us in different ways. Albany as a community has made a commitment to confront, understand, and process the pain of these events. Careful analysis of local events and our responses to them led to ACT as a way to embody our commitment to respond in a proactive and positive way to the tensions in our community. The ACT process was intended to begin building trust and understanding in our community, as well as provide a pathway towards community healing. The efforts of ACT again began roughly the spring of 2017, and this update was presented in February of 2018. There was an additional update presented in May of 2019. In between, there was a lot of work done. The next slide will also indicate how much work and what the vision and goals were. The first job of Albany coming together was to work with the steering committee to draft a vision and then to identify what goals Albany coming together were going to be responsible for. We worked really hard on this vision statement. There was a lot of wordsmithing. There was a lot of dedicated discussions to what the vision was and then a goal, what were going to be accomplished. Our vision: parents, students, and staff share a vision to heal and move forward together, ensure an affirming school environment where hate and harm have no place, empower our children and students to be culturally aware, socially just, and to stand in solidarity with one another. Again, this goes beyond just a response to the incident. This really does go to the heart and the structure of a school district. Some of the goals of ACT: again, to create and nurture safe, inclusive, and welcoming schools for all. To develop students who are culturally aware, community building, and stewards of our future that will feel honored, safe, valued, and part of a caring community. Three main bullet points really do bring to mind then some of the goals we were working towards, which was to determine what was working well in our school community, to determine where there were needs or areas of need where enhancements were needed. And the final one, which really was the jurisdiction of the superintendent, the ACT committee was to provide recommendations to the superintendent to act on. And when we get a little further into the presentation, you'll be able to see some of the agreed upon recommendations. Next slide, please. I mentioned that about 150 or so community members came to the very first meeting. At that very first meeting, and I do want to also acknowledge the Assistant Superintendent, Peter Parente, for leading some of the work back then. We decided to have a steering committee as well as subcommittees. So I'll go through there. I won't read the names right now, but I do want to make sure that every participant is acknowledged in terms of their time and their effort and their contributions to our moving forward. We had, again, our superintendent on the steering committee. We then had a community engagement committee. This committee was supposed to be reaching out to community members to see what we could do to enhance the family to school relationship. How are we going to engage our community members who may not have been as vocal, let's say, at board meetings as others? How do we get the silent voice to be heard? That was community engagement. It also went into what do we have in our community that can support us, for example, with mental health, with the idea of social justice work, with other initiatives that we knew community members could support us with. The outpouring was outstanding. We then broke it down into curriculum. We had a group working with secondary curriculum. We also had a group working with elementary curriculum. I believe Vice President Duran, you were one of the co-chairs. I know you were present for the secondary curriculum, so I would love to hear your thoughts towards the end on your experiences. We also had the elementary curriculum meeting, and you can see that many of the members are a combination of staff and parents, district leadership, as well as some students. Next slide, and we'll finish up the committee and the membership. I was the chair for the Staff Engagement and Professional Development Committee. This committee was specifically designed, and you can see it also had a number of staff members as well as parent members, all geared towards how can we support our staff members? How can we design and provide and insist that professional development is offered and is respected and is carried through in their practices with all of our team members? And that would include certificated, it would include classified, as well as management. We had a parent engagement group, a little more specific than the community engagement. This was how to really reach out to parents. And I do remember during that time being involved with a Black parent engagement group. There was also a Latino or a Latinx parent engagement group. What was interesting is we actually both decided to shift our nomenclature to an advisory group after we were emboldened and empowered to know that we had already engaged our parent community. We were ready to shift and now become an advisory group to the district and the superintendent. And then finally, the policy and organizational development group. This looked at many things, including hiring practices, let's say discipline practices, interdistrict transfers, for example. All of these are policies which, if we could address accurately, perhaps would support our ideology in terms of our equity and our student engagement. Again, those were our subcommittees, and you can see the membership. Next slide, please. All right, this might take a little time. This is a link, and you're welcome to follow along, or I'm gonna ask Julie if you could click the link. This is going to be then a pretty extensive list of the recommendations that finally came to the board. I believe it was May 9th of 2018, and then a year later, on May 15th of 2019, we were able to provide you with some of the key indicators of success, as well as the action notes. So before we dig a little deeper into the recommendations, I'd like to stop and see if there are any questions or comments.
Ms. Ritchie, I just wanted to ask, I see this is updated. Who updated it? Because I wasn't aware of it. I mean, not to say that I needed to be, but I wasn't sure because I did speak to one of the chairs of the overall organizing committee, and I don't think she has this copy. The format that she gave me, which is current as of today, including some ideas they had for 2020, was shared with me, and then I shared it with the superintendent. So I'm surprised to see this format and if it hasn't been updated.
This was provided by the previous superintendent, Val Williams. And I think that some of the information, I'm not quite sure if your contact was a parent or a staff member. I recall that there were many different phases of how to update this document. Some might have been with the actual committee members. I do remember specifically, though, working with just the principal staff, so just your district leadership team with the former superintendent, to get some of these updated.
Just to add then, it was Bonnie Wolf, who was one of the key steering committee chairpersons.
And I know that we did not take a look at this data last year, and I do have a few updates on my next slide, but they were not included here. We want to certainly come back and work with Superintendent Wells and the board to see if this is still a live document and something we would like to push forward. Great. So the number of recommendations that came from the committee members were a little over 100 or so. And one of the duties then was to narrow them down to some of the top priorities. And so we'll go through these briefly, but I do want to, at the end, kind of highlight some of the themes that have come up since then, as well as give you some progress updates from May of 2019 to now. The first one was to hire a full-time director of diversity, inclusion, and equity. A lot of this information, again, could be updated. Right now, the action status is still relevant. The coordinator position was not being hired. However, myself, the director of student services, could take over that role. And so I am looking forward to many of these ideas being in my wheelhouse, and this would certainly be one of them. The idea is to work and be a liaison for the sites, for the community, in terms of diversity, inclusion, and equity. And that could be from an academic lens, a social emotional lens. It could certainly even be from a policy lens. The second one was staff professional development. I mentioned that I was the chairperson for this particular committee. I'm very proud of some of the work we've done since 2017 up till now. You'll see in my next slide a number of updates. But again, I'd like to reiterate that everyone from preschool through our transition program was committed to having quality and effective professional development, not just to address this issue, which again was a response to Instagram, but also to take a look at some of the systemic issues, our district, and the impact that has on our students. We'll do the next couple of slides. And again, you're welcome to review this with the link. I'm just going big picture at this point. To diversify staff, this would be a situation where you wish you had a big net that you could cast over and have people apply to Albany with a sense of diversity. And this has always been a struggle for me personally as a principal, for example. You know, there's best practices in hiring, and I can't necessarily hire based on color, but I do have a directive from ACT to try to diversify my staff. And so that could look a couple different ways. Remember, diversity is with skin tones, but it's also with ideologies. It's also with lifestyles. But I think one of the key directives from ACT was truly to try to diversify staff in terms of their culture and their ethnicity, perhaps their language as well. So I would like to point out a little bit later that the diversity for the district leadership team has taken a remarkable pivot. Right now, we're still working very hard to make sure that we have diversity within our certificated ranks, as well as diversity within our classified ranks. We'll scroll up. Engage in a one-year shared vision regarding equity. I think a lot of this work has been done, especially by our current superintendent, and he'll be able to elaborate a little bit later on the pieces that he's been able to bring to our district. But again, I think this, and the essence of this is, do not lose track of your vision. Your vision is to ensure that equity-based discussions and that equity-based decisions are made routinely by all members of our community. Again, a shared vision of equity. That lens can go across sites and across academic as well as social emotional and other pieces of a student's life. The fifth recommendation was to support student leadership. We're very proud of our student board members, but this went beyond the board members. It also went to our sites. One response to this was the committees that our former superintendent put together at the high school. I believe it was called SEAC, Students for Equitable Access. And this was a wonderful group that actually carried in, Dr. Wells, thank you for attending a number of the meetings with our SEAC group. That was a specific reason and a specific response to have more student leadership groups meet with district leadership team members, such as the superintendent and other board members. Thank you. We'll scroll to the next page. The next few, and this is a big ticket item. In fact, I heard this one on the news this morning. Require an ethnic studies class for all Albany High School students. Again, please keep your ears to the governor, who I believe is going to be looking at this decision maybe this month, if not shortly thereafter. We did, however, have a robust enrollment for our ethnic studies class. We did lose our ethnic studies teacher. She's now a current assistant principal at the high school, but I do know that they were able to hire a replacement teacher who had a background in ethnic studies. So it's wonderful to see that we have a good match with our certificated staff and this course. And I think we are ready to expand, especially if the governor has made a decision. By next year, we would probably incorporate that. We would like to promote greater diversity of the student body. This can also tend to fall under the auspices of enrollment. So again, working with my leadership team, making sure that we had an equitable and a fair and a policy of inclusion with our interdistrict transfers made, I believe, a difference in at least the sense that we are promoting greater diversity of student body. And again, this would be from our preschool all the way through our transition program. We also want to make sure that we're retaining our diverse student body. And I think this really does connect nicely with that parent and family engagement. The next one was addressing bullying. And again, this went definitely beyond when it comes to the Instagram incident. But we were really charged with looking at anti-bullying or promoting a sense of community in our schools so that bullying was reduced, if not eliminated. And some of the things, for example, bringing back Challenge Day to Albany High School for all 10th graders, making sure that the behavior matrix for the high school and the middle school were based with social justice and restorative justice practices, I think went a long way to address the bullying. It's not done yet, though. There's lots of work to do. Next one, Julie. Parent education. There were a lot of opportunities to support parent education nights that were specifically focused on equity or social justice. And I think this also would carry through, though, to our current situation with remote learning and how are we engaging and providing some parent education opportunities, especially during school closures. That might be something that we would like to continue, and I would agree to support that wholeheartedly when it comes to the parent education of our community. Number 10 and 11. There's 25 total. This is a big one, social emotional learning. And again, how do we go to the root of the issue as opposed to just addressing the conflict or just addressing the outcome of Instagram? How do we get down to social emotional competencies for all of our students? And I'm extremely proud of the work we did to develop the social emotional competencies for preschool through transition students. We developed them, we drafted them, we have visuals. For example, when you're back, you can walk the halls and you'll see that we have social emotional competency posters, not just in the classrooms, but also in the lesson planning, also in the decisions that we make when it comes to curriculum. And then there are some direct instruction models, for example, at the elementary school. The tool that we decided to purchase, Second Step, really did aim itself at incorporating social emotional learning, specifically designed for elementary students across the district, which is a wonderful way to solidify your base and have students grow up with social emotional competencies as opposed to attaining them later in life. The behavior matrix, as I mentioned, also lent itself to addressing social emotional learning. For example, in response to a behavior, how do we get to the root of the issue? Why did that student have that behavior to begin with? And how can we address that and give them some tools to keep them in school and to make sure that they have their competencies well in hand so they can become a positive community member. We'll keep going. And I have a long time for this topic. I believe I was given 90 minutes. This one, number 11. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm concerned there are 25 items. Can we make sure there's a lot of time for discussion after we get through the items?
You bet. We're almost done. The consistent reporting of hate incidents, and I'll be brief. Again, there are policies and there are procedures and encouragement from all of our staff members, all of them, from classroom teachers to administrators, to have students be able to report, have parents be able to report, and then our follow-up. Neurodiversity, that's a topic that some of us actually went to, I think it was culturally responsive teaching in the brain. That was a wonderful way to incorporate that, and we were able to fill out some of the information. We were able to, share some of the information with our staff members. Number 13, I briefly mentioned restorative justice practices. You'll see that this comes up a lot, especially in the new behavior matrix. I believe what was called the discipline grid is now the behavior matrix at the middle school and the high school. Again, our focus was to incorporate restorative justice practices, again, in a response to student behavior. Promoting civic-minded students. I don't think I'm going to dig too deeper into that, but a lot of initiatives in terms of voting, for example, advocacy work. A lot of that came through, especially during the times of the school shootings. I do recall a lot of student advocacy work when it came to having a message of hope and a message of security in our community. I appreciated that. Support student services. I do think that, again, in my wheelhouse, there's a number of activities for student services, and they could be something, for example, the mentoring program at the middle school. Certainly want to give them a shout out, especially having staff members hired who specifically their goal is to support the students in the classroom, again, to keep them engaged and to keep them in school rather than suspended and at home. Next few. In general then, to support all AUSD staff, this would encompass, again, everybody from our certificated staff, our classified staff, as well as our district leadership team. Trauma-informed lens. You know, I think one of the pieces that really helps here is our robust mental health program and some trauma-informed practices. The professional development that we have been participating in specifically goes to how can we support students who have additional or very severe trauma in their background and in their DNA. Next few, and we're almost done. School climate. I'm really proud of the idea that the high school in particular needed a safe and inclusive school coordinator. And so I do want to thank the ACT committee. During my tenure as the principal of Albany High School, we were able to hire and use our safe and inclusive school coordinator at the high school. Previously, they had only been available for elementary and middle school. Healing resources. A lot of these were specifically designed to make sure that we supported the students who were involved in the Instagram incident. But again, this could also go beyond that incident and have healing resources, again, such as restorative conversations versus suspension when you have some behaviors and some infractions that need to be addressed. I mentioned our mental health needs. It speaks for itself that this district does put that as a priority. Curriculum, that was a big one. You saw that we broke it down into elementary curriculum as well as secondary curriculum. I know that the social studies curriculum, for example, was in the spotlight during that time period. And I remember one specific reaction to that was at the elementary school, and what were we doing with Rancho days, and what were we doing with colonial days. And I'm proud to report that those were revamped and allowed to be more inclusive and less stigmatizing, especially to our students of color who were very uncomfortable with those practices in our elementary schools. This next one for holidays and solidarity and other movements. We've, I think, done some work. We probably can do some more when it comes to calendaring events and making sure that we're very sensitive to specific holidays, but that also goes into, for example, our attendance policies and making sure that we are equitably serving students who are not able to attend school, for example, because of any religious holiday or an affiliation that has them not able to come to school that day. There was also the focus on making sure that we monitored our progress, which today being September 1st, 2020, is a good example of how we're monitoring that progress. And finally, the last few. Focus on the whole child, and maybe it's just not just academic success. This would probably also lend ourselves well to the discussion coming up after this one when it comes to the superintendent's goals, which I do know that he has really embraced then, not just the academic success of our students, but focusing on the whole child as well as communication. And then finally, the recommendation, number 25, learning from our challenges. The experiences of families of color in the district, really, how do we capture their voice and how do we archive the decisions that we've made in the past that have hurt our families of community, excuse me, our families in the community who are of color, and then what decisions should we make moving forward in terms of really listening and acting on what the advice is and what the feedback is from our families of color. And again, very proud to report that we have a very active Black Parent Advisory Group, as well as our Latina Familias. We also have our Jewish Parent Advisory Group. And I think Bonnie Wolf, you mentioned Vice President Duran, I think she's still involved with that group as well. So with that, I would like to go back to the slides. And my last slide then is a brief update. And again, this is by no means extensive, but just a sample of some things that have been done just in the past year. We've had equity professional development at all school sites. In fact, we also had it with our district leadership team, and the Board of Education then participated with Nicole Anderson on some very meaningful discussions when it comes to equity and how our district leadership plays a role there. In the interim, all of our elementary schools, as well as the Albany Children's Center, went through the No Place for Hate and have acquired the status as a No Place for Hate school. I mentioned this before, we've increased the diversity on the executive cabinet. And finally, just an example of how we've empowered our students to come forward was the discussion, I believe it was maybe the last board meeting in August. We had the Diversify Our Narrative student and staff discussion, again, led by a remarkable group of students, and we truly appreciate your leadership on that one. And with that, that's my presentation, and I'll open it up for discussion and questions.
President Tutain, we turn it over back to you.
Okay, I would just like to thank Director Ritchie for putting this together. I want to remind the board, if we go back to the beginning, I think slide number 2. So we had sort of 2 goals for this item, which was 1, to update progress on the ACT recommendations. And I think that Director Ritchie did that, throughout the presentation as she went through all 25 of those items and also at the end. But I think that at least to me, it seems important that all of the progress and things that were done last year be actually written out and become a part of that document, because there was a lot, and it seems to keep it to keep documentation of this good work seems important to me. But also, I understand that that staff time is very limited. Maybe that's something that I could undertake to do myself, or something like that. And the second is we need to determine which recommendations to focus on for this school year. I know that all of us have heard Dr. Wells say we can do some things, but not all things. And what we're going to do after our break is we're going to come back together and try to work on the goals for this year. You know, what we want Dr. Wells to take to heart and to accomplish. And we and there's great interest in focusing the district's work in this direction. So I just put it back to the board in terms of, you know, now we've gone through all the recommendations, you've had an update. What do you think is the direction that we need to take going forward, with the idea that we're not going to be able to follow up on every single one of these things? We're going to need to ask Dr. Wells to do some specific things. And that's it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll jump in if that's all right with you, President Trutain, because ACT was very dear to my heart, and I did not know that Mr. Bryan named it. Super. You should work on lots of naming of things, Brian. You got a good talent there. But anyway, because I have, I think, some background to this, and I worked with them from day one, I want to say maybe three things. The first is I have a concern that there was no outreach to the steering committee as part of this presentation today. I knew from talking to the superintendent that the ACT recommendations were going to be discussed. I did not know in what format, but the fact that the steering committee folks were not somehow pulled in, to me is just sort of the style that I feel the district has. It's like we include community members to certain degrees when somehow it fits our narrative, but ultimately we do it our way. And I'm sorry, I think there's a disconnect there between community and the district. I understand what district staff does, which is to be sure that the district is on course to accomplish its goals. But we do, we go through window dressing where we include parents and community folks. People spend a lot of time on this process. And to me, it's kind of sad that the very thing of what brought the community together, the hurt, the indignation, the continual ignoring of people of color in the district and other kids that have all these different diverse issues, that we would not somehow, I was hoping that things would be different, but somehow things just continue to play out in a regular bureaucratic fashion that just I hate it. I truly do. And I think we need to start waking up. This is now 2020, and Black Lives Matter, and everything that's going on should tell us things should not be the same. Our institution, for at least 150 years, have kept people down. Different kinds of people, working class people, as well as kids of color. And we've got to break those chains. And the only way we're going to do it is if we just say enough is enough. Ya basta. We are going to do things different. And I just don't see that happening in our district that has such potential. We have the brightest staff, and I'm talking from the top on down, but I just don't feel that we're in any way engaging in anything but very traditional approach to trying to solve problems. And that's not gonna fix it. With respect to that, I know for sure there was work done at Albany High School. I don't have any clue really about other places. You know, the literature was not a good example, truly, in the end. There was options for teachers, but not real clear cut about we are going to address certain issues, and literature is a fabulous way of doing it. The kids spoke to that, talked about kids' current experiences. And so I think I just am super frustrated. I think an initial step would be that we do make a commitment and we no longer keep giving to Alexia more and more things to do. I think we need to hire a director of equity. And that person could really then go through the full document and investigate what's going on in the district. And I think, if I could say that one of the reasons I think we need somebody is just what happened at the 9th grade orientation. Regardless of people's staff's good intents, it's just not seeping into the consciousness of our kids. And certainly part of that is family responsibility. But part of it is also the school, since the kids spend so much time at the school sites. And it is our responsibility as the board to make that direction really clear about what we want to see and how we're going to do it. So with that, I'll stop now.
I agree with all of that. It was very, very powerful, Trustee Duran. So I really appreciate that. But yeah, no, I agree with everything that was said. And so I think that we definitely need to take a closer look at that. I also have said this before, but I'll say it again for new people that might not have heard me. But if we did bring in a diversity officer, their job would be to implement and take care of every other item on our list. And so instead of the board going through 100 items and trying to vote and implement those things, if you brought in that person and gave them the list, then they could go through and implement those items. Some of the items on the list are taken care of by just having that diversity person. They could keep track of our hiring practices and the different things that we're doing in order to diversify the teaching staff. It's not an easy thing. It's very tough. It's tough across the board, but there are schools that are doing it. And we do see diverse teaching staff, and there are teachers of color. And I mean, I've seen it, you know, like going to different schools, but also like when we see like the different awards that teachers are receiving throughout, you know, California, it's often a teacher of color, you know, and so they're out there. But I think part of that is our responsibility, because we can't just go find this great, just for an example, find this great Black teacher. Please come to Albany and teach here, but then not offer something in return that makes them feel comfortable and makes them feel wanted. Because we had a Black basketball coach and we made him feel so unappreciated that he left. And we aren't really in a position to lose diversity. We need to work on bringing it in, but nobody's going to come to a place that has a reputation for treating people a certain way. So we have to like change that narrative. I think that we can do that by like having a diversity officer and kind of implementing those different things. I agree with Trustee Duran. It's not fair to add on another task to Executive Director Ritchie, especially since I think we just voted to split her duties. So I think that would send the wrong message to the community. So yeah, I just wanted to like second that and add a few things. So thank you.
Before we go completely all the way around, I just want to sort of bring it back to Dr. Wells. So when we started this, I tried to set up the idea that we need to come to an action agreement about what items we're going to focus on for this year. So Dr. Wells, do you have any idea of how we can structure this discussion so we get to that final product that we need to have?
Well, I think this is very timely, and my hat's off to Executive Director Alexia Ritchie. I really appreciated the update and giving the overall. I'm sure the community did as well in terms of those who weren't familiar with ACT, and to let people know that we haven't forgotten about the recommendation. And so I applaud that. I am going to ask the board later on for clarification in terms of procedural, meaning that once a task force or a committee make a recommendation, it's now in staff hands to move it forward. And that's the practice that I'm used to in my 32 years in education. If the board wants a different kind of practice, I'm going to ask for clarity. Otherwise, it gets too fuzzy.
Yeah, that's an important point. The ACT committee does not exist anymore.
Yeah.
So the ACT committee was officially ended in, I think, December of, I think in December of 2017, the committee ceased to exist. And so the committee doesn't own this document anymore. It is definitely up to staff to update this document, and it's up to the board and in combination with staff as a partnership to decide what to act on going forward.
In addition to that, I heard some wonderful comments by Vice President Duran and Trustee Doss around an equity person full-time to come with us. And if that's the case, I'm going to ask that the board, if that's the majority, how the board feel, that the board include that as an objective in one of my, under one of my goals. That way, it's not just a philosophy or a thought, it's crystal clear in terms of the direction we're moving and what I shall do. And so this wonderful presentation by our Executive Director, Ritchie, is very timely before we take a break and then get into the superintendent goals. And so it gave a lot to think about, and some of us need time just to let it marinate, President Trutain. So I would request that we consider within the next minute or so our break, and then we get into our goals, and we can pick up some of the stuff that we heard from the ACT and see how we can incorporate that as some of our goals and objectives for me moving forward, so I can make sure the work is done and it be part of our priority, if that's the will of the board.
Well, our break wasn't scheduled until, our break was supposed to be 6:35 to 7, and then we reconvene at 7 to 8:30 to talk about your objectives. And so we have about 25 minutes left that where our goal was to decide which of the ACT recommendations, or I mean, something flavored by them that would would move us more forward in these equity goals. You know, like what specifically could be attempted for this coming school year. You know, and there might be other trustees that want to speak specifically to that. Trustee Hinckley?
President Tutrain, I would also love to hear from the two student board members. If I'm not mistaken, board member Mala, you might have been a freshman or a sophomore. And then board member Leo Corzo-Clark, you might have been also a freshman that year. So I would love to hear from them as well.
Can we go first to Trustee Hinckley, because she unmuted, and then we'll go to both of our student board members before we break.
Sure, unless they want to go first.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I want to echo some of what Clementina said about, I guess I feel like we're kind of doing this a little bit backwards. You know, we're supposed to have another equity training. The board has actually only had one of the equity trainings we're supposed to have with Ms. Anderson, and those haven't been scheduled out. But I feel like a discussion about what we do with these recommendations needs to be built into that discussion, which is, you know, what is the board's agenda around equity going to be over the next year? You know, we're having some board priority discussions in a little bit when we talk about the superintendent's goals, but it feels a little bit cart before the horse here to be grappling with these before we had the discussion about what board members think are important goals to set and actions to take around equity. But in any case, I think that, you know, the fact that this committee ended in 2017, which a lot of committee members were really unhappy about, and a lot of community members were really unhappy that that process kind of stopped. So I appreciate that in general, a committee makes recommendations and then the staff takes it from there. But personally, I feel like it's sort of time for us to readdress, you know, or reopen a discussion about, is this the right set of recommendations? Have a deeper conversation about which of these items have been successful and which haven't. You know, we had some controversies about some of the trainings that were done, which were maybe not what people hoped they were going to be. So I feel like there's a little bit of a need for a deeper discussion about whether this is the right set of objectives and why some of them have been challenging to accomplish. You know, we haven't, the issue about hiring a more diverse teaching staff, I appreciate that our district staff has become much more diverse and we have, you know, a wealth of experience and skill at that level, but we have not been as successful. The board hasn't heard a plan for diversifying the teaching staff. We still don't have exit interviews being done for staff that leave. So I feel like there's a need for a deeper conversation about some of these items, some of which are even on the superintendent's goals already. And I guess it just feels challenging to just say which of this set of recommendations that were made 3 years ago, when all that has happened in the middle and a lack of community engagement before this particular discussion, I'm a little uncomfortable just deciding as a board, oh, we're going to pick these few items to prioritize when, you know, this document hasn't been updated. You know, the community hasn't been involved in including the committee members that made up this list. So I'm feeling a little bit confused about how to move forward here. I feel like we need a revisiting of what the board's goals are going to be around equity before we just start working with a document that was made 3 years ago. sorry, that may not have been particularly helpful, but I think I share some of Clementina's frustration that a process that a lot of people put a lot of time into on an issue that this district has a lot of work to do on has been sort of set up for us in this way.
Well, before we move it to our student board members, you know, it's interesting to have this discussion and to hear this, because to me it seems very natural and very appropriate that the committee did their work and then disbanded, and that the staff and the board then take that input, you know, with you know, complete good faith, and then incorporate it into the work of the district. So to me, there doesn't seem like there's any missing link, you know, and I think it is up to staff to keep all of our progress, you know, on the items updated. And so to me, I mean, you know, Vice President Duran spoke and she said, you know, like she hates this, and to her, this is like this immense failure. And to me, I feel, you know, I feel like this has been a record of success. This has been a record of, you know, incredible efforts, you know, on the part of the teaching staff and the district office staff, you know, and students themselves, you know, and it's not like we're at the finish line, you know, far from it. But to me, it seems like this has gone exactly the way that it ought to go, and that all of the effort made by all of these different groups deserves acknowledgement. And I would not, because see, if we don't get it incorporated into the superintendent's goals for this year, and that's something that needs to happen in September, that needs to happen this month, because we can't have our superintendent, you know, going without a game plan for the year. You know, if we were to sort of reconvene the group and go through the process again, you know, basically we would lose a year. And I'm not ready to do that. So I think that even though it might feel a bit burdensome or uncomfortable to look at, you know, like, what are the trouble spots? Like you mentioned, Trustee Hinckley, you know, what have been the issues that it seems like we haven't been able to gain much ground on? You know, that indeed then should be the focus for this year. Or maybe Dr. Wells has some particular ideas about what, you know, now that he's been here a year, maybe he sees a trouble spot that he thinks he has a solution for, something that we could really address. You know, and I think that also we need to, you know, give him the courtesy of asking that question before we, you know, sort of arbitrarily set some goals. So that's how I feel. And sorry, I would very much love to hear from the student board members and from Trustee Clark too, and then we could take our break.
Okay, so I think from a student perspective, having gone to the high school for the last 3+ years, and like what's working and what's not, I think something that has been working is I think it's a safe and inclusive school coordinator, and working with Challenge Day and the Sandy Hook Promise, and that really created a culture of stronger inclusion. And that was just a position that had 0.2 FTE. And I'm not saying that because I think what Trustee Doss said last meeting was that we shouldn't offset the issues of concerns with what we're doing well. And I don't mean to say it in that way, but I do think that should be strengthened. That position should be strengthened because it has been working. And right now, again, it's only at 0.2 FTE. So if it's working with that, what could it be at 1 FTE? And then I think a big issue is not necessarily that the students are bad people when incidents happen or anything like that. I think they just aren't educated on why it's not okay. And they understand oftentimes that certain content can be inappropriate, but not the reasons behind why it is not appropriate. So in relation to that, one thing that the board has jurisdiction over is curriculum. And that's another strong point that I think can really be enhanced. And further educating students, and just not just through literature and our books, which is one point of this, but also looking at each class, even if it doesn't have a direct focus traditionally on diversity, like the ethnic studies class, but making sure every single class that we offer has that focus, and incorporates that, and how do they incorporate that, and how is this class, even if it's a math class, how is that further structuring our focus on diversity? Yeah, that's all I have for now.
Yeah, Audrey mentioned some of it. I would definitely say curriculum in multiple classes, that not all of them necessarily have like a strong diversity focus, but that would be a good place to look in. And also just looking on this list, I guess a comment I have in terms of priority is that some of these things, like restorative justice, reporting of hate incidents, like that's important, but it's not preventative. It's not proactive. And it's addressing the problem after it's already happened. Whereas things like anti-bullying and student leadership, sort of get to the heart of it, and are trying to sort of prevent these incidents from happening in the future. I do think that hiring a full-time director of diversity and inclusion and equity would be helpful. And I think especially in terms of something that Trustee Hinckley was talking about, that I've also witnessed at the high school the past couple of years, is that there's been, even if some of these items have been taken into consideration, there's been a lack of follow through and a lack of action, and in some cases even backlash, in terms of students, what you're allowed to talk about, what you're allowed to present on, what you're allowed to criticize, without ruffling feathers and people getting defensive about it. And I think that by hiring a director of diversity, you would sort of ensure that follow through, and that it would be someone's full-time job to look at this list and not just reassessing every year and picking which ones we think of. And of course, with that would come with that position would come the benefit of that specific focus and knowledge. But another thing, as I see some of these going hand in hand, specifically, the addressing bullying as well as student leadership. I think a lot of students are we have a fairly active student body, or some very active students that would like to help these efforts. And I know in the past they have. Albany Speaks did presentations to the 5th grade. I think, although they're less active, I think that should be continued in some other way. Especially, with the incident, what happened, the racist incident that happened at the freshman orientation, what that signified to me, especially with a group of students that had never gone to the high school, hadn't really had that like intense interaction with the high school student body or the high school culture, is that them having those problems too, and those types of people in their grade, is that however much work we do at the high school isn't going to help if the problem is starting earlier on. And so I think that with the prioritizing of whatever efforts the district chooses to take on this year, that it should really be focused at the younger grades, because I know there's sometimes like things of what you can and can't say to younger kids and what's age appropriate. But I do know from personal testimonies from people I know, from friends of mine, that the issues that the incidents that they've experienced at the high school, they were experiencing in middle school as well, and it hasn't really been addressed as much there. And so I would definitely say in my personal opinion, to prioritize addressing bullying and student leadership at the younger levels, either early in the secondary level or continuing with the stuff that's been done at the elementary level with Speaks. So that's what I would say.
Thank you to both of our student board members. Trustee Clark, before we break for our dinner break, I wonder if you would like to speak.
Yeah, thank you, President Trutain. I would really like to hear from Dr. Wells and his team on what they think the next step should be. They're the leaders within the district, and I would like to hear what they suggest.
I think it's important that we hear from all the board members and especially our students who are in the trenches about what works, what doesn't work. A diversity coordinator. This is the first time I heard the board collectively make that recommendation with some rationale behind it. I think having these kind of issues as one of the objectives under one of our goals help to give clarity. That way we don't have to play guess. For example, our leadership style and practices is a certain way, but if that's not the way and the will of the board, my staff and I are willing to adjust. We didn't think it made we didn't think that it was necessary to go back and reconvene the ACT committee to have them come back and give us a new set of recommendations. We think we have it here, and we think their recommendations are good. At some point, we have to operationalize those recommendations, the ones we see as priorities after the board weigh in on it. What we don't want to do is make the mistake of going back and analyze these things to the hilt and never do anything about it moving forward. Executive Director Ritchie presentation was a step in moving it forward. We did, make some assumptions about where we are, but I would like to hear from the board, or is it just a perspective? Do the board want us to go back and reconvene ACT committee after 3 years? They've done their job, or do we move forward? And at what point do we move forward? And move forward with what? When that's not clear, it creates lots of confusion. Right when we think we had an understanding based on our professional judgment and experience and expertise, and then to say, hey, pivot, that becomes a surprise. And then it leaves me wondering what direction to go. And so I just need, I understand the multi perspectives, but at some point, I need the board to weigh in and be more than just weighing in, but to make a decision and have it actualized and hopefully the goals and objectives, so that we can really move in the same direction and getting some of these big ticket items taken care of. I am pleased to hear the board number of members say, hey, let's look at this diversity position, be it a coordinator or director, to give it full attention. And what I heard the board say, because it warrants full attention. And so I really appreciate that and hope to encourage the board to make that an action item / objective under one of my goals. So that's my thoughts at this point. I love to hear from Executive Director Alexia Ritchie, her thoughts, because she was on the founding team and she was there from the start and to the end, and her understanding was crystal clear that their mission was accomplished in terms of recommendation. I see Trustee Doss' hand up.
Excuse me. Just real quick to add to that, I was one of the co-chairs of one of the committees for the ACT. The one thing I remember about ACT and why I think it's important for us to move forward with some of these recommendations is that the parents of the victims were members of ACT, and they worked through this while working through the pain that their children were suffering. And so these parents took the time away from that to be a part of this group and to help develop these recommendations. So I think that we owe it to them and to their children to implement these recommendations that the parents of the victims worked on which is the whole reason why ACT was formed in the first place. What happens if we form another group or get more input? Two things will happen. One, a lot of the people who participated in the first one won't participate again. Some of those people have moved out of the district. Some of those people have mentally removed themselves from the situation and don't want to relive it. The second thing that will happen is that new things will be introduced, which will diminish some of the previous things, but it doesn't diminish the pain that people are going through. And I think the last thing that we need to remember is that things are not better. Things have not improved. And I know that's harsh to say, and I know some people are going to take it the wrong way, and for that I apologize. But life for Black people in Albany has not improved. It is not better for the students. It is not better for the staff members. It hasn't improved. These recommendations will help towards that, but we should not be confused by the improvement that we've made and the adjustments that we've made have all been good, but it is not better. And that's not just coming from me personally. That's coming from people that look like me who are in the experience and have no reason to lie about it because they want it to be better because they live here and they go to school here and they work here. So we shouldn't be confused by that. But I think we owe it to these parents to follow through on the recommendations that they took the time to help develop.
Thank you,
I just-
Trustee Doss.
I
I
just wanted
wanted
to
to, okay, so Trustee Hinckley has raised her hand, and Trustee I think Superintendent Wells asked for Executive Director Ritchie to speak. So we'll go first to Trustee Hinckley, and then we'll go to Executive Director Ritchie.
Thanks. So I think I hear all the concerns about reopening the whole process. I don't think we could ever do anything as robust as that committee again, or we could, but probably not this year. What I was more frustrated about, or what I think might make sense as a next step is if the purpose of this was primarily to inform our next discussion about superintendent goals, it seems fine that this is one piece and perhaps the most important piece of information we use for that discussion. I didn't really understand if part of the goal of this agenda item was just to discuss the ACT recommendations generally, or if it was just about the superintendent goals. But in any case, I think to honor the work that went into this and to demonstrate a real commitment on the board's part to moving this forward, I think it's important to have as a public agenda item, which this is, a document that, reflects where we are now to give us the information to know how to prioritize. One of the things that it says in here is an update on recommendations will be presented in spring of 2019. So this document is so old that it's too difficult to say to the public, here's an example of how we have been attentive to these goals throughout this time period. One of the items says there will be a report on progress at monthly board meetings and measuring attainment of the goals. That clearly hasn't happened. So I'm not saying we reopen the whole thing. I'm perfectly happy taking many of these recommendations and figuring out how to move them forward this year. I just think that as a board, it doesn't make us, or district, it doesn't make it look like we've been attentive to these for the past 2 years when our public agenda item is an attachment that hasn't been updated for 2 years. It's not about reinventing the whole process. It's about honoring the work that went into it and offering the public some ability to understand what we've done and speak on it, which nobody's here, but in theory they could have. So that's more what I wanted to say, but I'm happy to take the recommendations for the purpose of this evening and build them into the next agenda item. I think we need to figure out how to honor this process and these recommendations more fully going forward.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hinckley. I want to move it quickly to Executive Director Ritchie, and then to Vice President Duran, and then to Student Board Member Mala. And this discussion was scheduled to end at 6:35, which it is right now. So I'm hoping that that these three speakers can be very brief, and then we will take our break. And I would like to ask for the break to end and people be back at 7:05. So the schedule promised us a 25-minute break. If we can get through these comments very quickly, we can still have a 25-minute break just by moving it to 7:05. So please go ahead, Director Ritchie.
Sure, I'll be brief. Just to clarify, I believe the updates are just 1 year old, since the last updates were May of 2019. So there's been about a year in between and not 2 years in between. And then I did want to emphasize process and product. And the process of getting all of these recommendations on paper was profoundly valuable, in that it brought many people to the table, which would have normally never been in a room together. And we did that for months on end. And what I've seen, and I'd like to respond to Trustee Doss as well, what I've seen personally as an African-American employee in this district over the last 28 years is the committed result of moving forward versus moving backward. And whether we're stagnant, that's certainly up for interpretation. But I've certainly seen forward movement, not just with our processes, but ultimately then, I think with this product, as this product, remember, is not a check the box, we've done that. This product is meant to become ingrained in the fabric of our decision making, in the fabric of our community building. And for that, I am profoundly proud then of the process that was taken for us to get here, and the product, which again has become part of our fabric and no longer a checkbox of 25 to-dos. Thank you.
Okay.
I would certainly like to support what Director Ritchie says. I mean, I'm happy to hear if things are becoming part of the fabric of the school district. I'm very pleased to hear that. And I certainly just wanted to be sure that I was clear. I was not suggesting that the ACT committee come back, but rather people have put something out there, worked, as people said, for a long time. I don't think they were ever truly acknowledged by the district, given thanks. So I think it's appropriate as the superintendent's going forward with really diving into some of these to some of these recommendations, that we reach out to them, that we bring maybe the steering committee folks back to acknowledge their work. Nothing big, but just thanks, you guys. We respect you. We respect your work. And for everybody that was involved in it, it was really a community effort. And I think it's time that the board start acknowledging community efforts more. Thank you.
The only thing I wanted to say was that I think it's important that this discussion or future discussions is communicated with students, that it's being had, because students aren't aware of this, and there is a lot of frustration. So that's something Leo and I can do, but I think also it's impactful when it comes from district leadership and the board, that shows that the people making these decisions do care and things are happening.
Thank you. Those are all very, very good suggestions. I will adjourn us now. We will reconvene at 7:05. The goal of our next section will be to go over the superintendent's evaluation tool, and that's going to take some time. And part two, as you all know, are our 3 district goals: academic success, the whole child, communicating and leading together, and his objectives under those goals become the driver for the district for the year. The 2 additional goals are financial, fiscal responsibility, keeping a balanced budget, and our construction program. So I'll leave you guys to think about that while you have a bite. We are now adjourned until 7:05. Thank you.
President Trudeau.
Yep.
It said in the email that Leah and I will be released after this item. Is that
Yeah.
Right.
okay? Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hey,
Bye,
great,
guys.
hey, student board members, I got to tell you that you guys consistently make us proud. This meeting wouldn't have been as enriching as it is without your input and your grappling and thoughtfulness. And so I want to encourage you to continue to make a difference in our district by staying proactive. I really appreciate and notice what you did this evening to make this a very, very meaningful board meeting. So thank you for your work.
Second that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
President Trudeau, are we leaving the meeting and coming back, or just like turning off our cameras and muting ourselves?
Ms. Shin, can you advise us on the best way to handle the tech side of things?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I apologize.
Can you advise us on the best way to handle whether do we leave our presence in the meeting, or do we leave the meeting and then try to come back in?
I'm going to have the meeting up and we'll continue it. You can leave if you'd like to and rejoin. I will be here. If you'd like to stay in the meeting, just turn off your camera and mute yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, President Dufresne, we are now recording again. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We're reconvening the board workshop of the Albany Unified School District Board of Education on Tuesday, September 1st. May we have a roll call, please?
Superintendent Wells?
Here.
President Trudeau?
Here.
Vice President Duran?
Here.
Trustee Clark?
Here.
Trustee Doss?
Here.
Trustee Hinckley?
Here.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for being on time, getting back in this meeting. Our item is number 4 on the agenda, setting district and superintendent objectives for the 2020-2021 school year. I think I'm probably going to be the moderator for this, although I would definitely appreciate all of the help that Dr. Wells and others can give me. So I think that the best way to approach this is, Ms. Shen, if you could share the blank document on your screen. The superintendent evaluation form.
Yes. Oh, thank you. One moment.
Yeah. And even before it comes up, I can start, which is part of our discussion when we came to the superintendent's evaluation at the end of the last school year was about the weight of part 1 and part 2. So I think that that would be the first thing of note that we should discuss is you can see on the shared screen that part 1 has the 5 objectives listed there, and part 2 has 5 goals. Now, the way that that our advisor who ran the workshop last September presented to us was that each of the parts is weighted 50%. And since each one of them has 5 parts, what it comes down to is each one of these 10 items is weighted 10% in the overall evaluation score. And there was some board comment in when we tried to do this last spring about maybe that's not the best way. Maybe that's not what we want. So I wanted to open it first to the board. I see Trustee Clark's hands up already about perhaps how this should be weighted. Go ahead, Trustee Clark.
Thank you, President Tutain. I didn't really have an answer to your question because I raised my hand first, but just in general, I wanted to state that we spent an awful lot of time on this document, and I think it was really well done. So hopefully we can get through it without being here all night.
I hope so too. Yeah, I think that the overall organization that I was going to attempt was to see if we wanted to, weight it, 60-40 or 40-60 or 30-70. And I would expect that the changes in part 1 would probably be fairly small. I made some small text edits that I would be happy to share. And that the biggest decisions would be, what are the specific objectives? We had 2 objectives under each of the goals in part 2. And because it's new year, those do need to get redefined. Vice President Laurent?
Did the superintendent want to say something before?
No, after you. Sorry about that. I'll wait for the president.
Okay. Yeah, I really thought of that, your question, because I think it was something we definitely had some issues around last time. And I was wondering, in fact, if part 1 could certainly be reduced. I'll just throw out the figure, one of the figures you threw out, which was a 70-30, because the professional skills and competencies, that's sort of I don't want to say a given, but when you go looking for a new superintendent, those are things that you almost feel are a natural part of what a superintendent brings. So my thing is 2. One is reducing that and focusing on the goals. I mean, that's what's really key, is how does a superintendent move the district forward? So I would like something like a 70-30, or 30-70 rather, with the 70 on the goals. And the second comment I wanted to make is I did go through each of them, the A through F or whatever it was, and through E, and I actually eliminated a few of them because another discussion we had was, well, that I felt was, I don't have a way to access the information easily. It would either be something that the superintendent would have to provide all these documents, or I'd have to hear it from staff, or etc. So I went through A, B, C, D, E, and I eliminated a few, which would make it a little bit less cumbersome also for the superintendent, I think.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see if we can continue to go around regarding the weight of part 1 and part 2. So let me see, Dr. Clementina. I'll move up to Trustee Hinckley. Do you have an opinion on that?
I agree in principle that the goals should be more important. I think that, and I would be in favor of that weighting, the 30-70. My only concern about it is that there are always going to be some circumstances that the superintendent can't control, and those are more likely to fall in part 2 than in part 1. So maybe as we move later into the discussion and think about another question you raised about whether we put something in part 2 that sort of how the superintendent grapples with unforeseen crises, that I would be comfortable with a 30-70 weighting. you know, I just think this year has shown that some of the goals may falter, not because the superintendent drops the ball, but because there's a global pandemic, just as a hypothetical.
Trustee Doss, do you have an opinion on the weighting?
Yeah, excuse me. I'd like to see the weighting more of a 60-40. And the reason why is because these relate with one another. So for example, in order to, if you have a good relationship with your staff, then it will help you with student achievement, and it will help you with supporting the whole child. And so, you know, if you have a good relationship and things are going well with business and finance, then you're able to manage construction effectively and provide financial stability. So you have to be well-versed in part one in order to accomplish part two. So to weight one a lot higher than the other seems unorthodox a little bit to me, because you can't, if you're really good at part one, then it directly affects part two. But if you're not doing, you know, and so that's why I'd like to see more of a 60-40 versus a 70-30.
Excuse me, Trustee Doss. I just want to be sure. Are you saying 60 for part one and 40 for part two, or the opposite?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying the opposite. My apologies for the confusion.
Oh, okay. So 40 for part one and 60 for part two, to overweight the goals and objectives. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Trustee Clark, do you have an opinion on the weighting?
Yeah, I'll just go along with the will of the majority of the board.
Uh-oh. I think you're going to be the tiebreaker because
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, because I'm kind of in Trustee Doss's camp. I was thinking about 40-60, I think would be my choice.
Yeah, gonna put me on the spot, huh?
Well, I mean, we could always split the difference and go with, 35-65.
I will go with the 60-40 along with you and Trustee Doss.
Okay. Okay. So board, this isn't an official vote. When this tool will come to the into open session, and in open session we will vote on it publicly. Okay, so we won't have an official vote on it during this work session. Okay.
President Sutain, I just want to add some food for thought.
Sure.
If the purpose of the evaluation is to promote excellence in and around the district, which I think should be the primary focus, for me, it doesn't matter whether it's 50-50 or 30-70 or 40-60. What's most, if we're going to really grapple with doing anything in addition to what we did last year, I think it would be most beneficial, just for food for thought from a superintendent perspective and someone who's done evaluation for decades, is that if each area had a rubric to determine the efficacy, for example, something that would guide a scoring opposed to how a board member might feel. And feelings are kind of personal and they're not objective, but a rubric is. So if the board is going to spend any time on making an amendment, I would recommend at some point, it doesn't have to be now or this year or next year, the most effective, based on research and my own experience, would be a board having a one-sheet rubric. I think AXA and CSB have some to help guide folks in their feedback in determining whether a superintendent is satisfactory, effective, or highly effective, opposed to a feeling and a vote. Just food for thought. I just thought I'd share that.
Well, I think that every single one of these is quite detailed on what, if you can move let's go ahead and move to part 2, because I think that's going to be the hard. But every single one of the 4 columns gives a detailed criteria on what makes what is called developing, what is called effective, and what is called highly effective. So I think it's definitely, yeah. So this is what we used for you last year, and I think especially the highly effective is very clearly defined. I think some of the ones in part 1, probably that Vice President Duran brought up a moment ago, some of those are a bit more vague and harder to pin down. But part 2, I think, is well defined. So here we are, goal 1 under student achievement. So everyone can see what we had last year. And in general, the ineffective, the 0 to 0.9, is showing no progress toward meeting goal. Developing shows progress but did not meet. Effective meets the established goal, and highly effective exceeds the established goal. So we have to come up with specific items that or specific descriptions that will make it clear to the board members, and Jacob and I won't be part of this evaluation when it's done next spring. So it should be very clear to all of the trustees what would land you in each one of these categories.
Can I just clarify our process too? We're also talking about whether these are the right goals and objectives, right?
I think that the goals, I would be,
or at least maybe the right objectives.
The right objectives. I think this is not the time that we could really think about changing the district's goals, but we can certainly change these objectives. Okay. So objective 1.1 is attract, hire, train, and retain a highly qualified and diverse staff. So I think that there was talk about this before the break. Do we want to look at the effective and highly effective areas to see if this needs to change in the board's opinion?
Well, you mean go back and you mean go over the areas where the score was effective and highly effective?
Well, yeah, so what would make it? So effective, we say assessed current recruitment processes. Maybe Dr. Wells doesn't need to do that again because, you know, he did that last year. Or maybe the board feels like that still needs to be a part of it. Adhered to current policy for posting positions. And I think that just basically means fair hiring practices. It says achieved over 98% certificated employees having certificates in what they teach. So the board is presented that data. The assistant superintendent presents that. I can't remember if it's in the school report cards or if it's in I think it's in the student report cards. Excuse me, the school report cards, but we do see that number. Made progress toward matching staff representation of minorities to percentage of that group in our student population. And then highly effective repeats that, but also adds instituted program of training to bring new certificated employees up to speed in recent professional development programs.
So I have a couple thoughts about this objective. I think that, so one of the ACT recommendations was to institute exit interviews and a couple of other strategies around retention of particularly teachers of color. I think under effective, I'd like to see something that's a little more detailed about what does it mean to make progress toward. And then on highly effective, to include something that refers to that exit interview process. And again, something more specific about, for example, presents to the board a plan for recruiting teachers of color. you know, I don't know which bucket that falls in, effective or highly effective, but this, I think adding some specificity here, I would be in favor of.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think that including exit interviews will help with the recruitment. I think they go hand in hand. So I second that.
Okay.
Clarifying question. I don't quite get this process. I get the goals, but in terms of the objective, based on conclusions last year of the evaluation, before we look at ineffective developing effective, highly effective, doesn't the superintendent look at these objectives and may say, you know, this one, I want to change it in a certain way because I made progress and everybody determined, board members determined I was a highly effective. Therefore, my focus is different on this. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, we're just looking at last year's, correct? I don't see anything different in these two than was already there from last year. And the superintendent is in fact going to be doing something around student achievement and the gap. And so I'm wondering why we're going through these when we haven't seen his objectives.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and I think what you're bringing up is the idea, should we simply throw out these two objectives and have two brand new ones, and has Dr. Wells prepared those? So I don't think that Dr. Wells has prepared them, but I think he might have an idea of what he would like to work on. So I turn it over to you, Dr. Wells.
I appreciate all the thinking on here, but I think simplicity ought to be our best policy. And that is, it's important to state a course so that you can measure the kind of continual growth as you engage in a process of continuous improvement. If you change the objectives every year, it makes it hard to really gauge whether or not there's been significant improvement or not. And I think these objectives are okay. I'm going to do much more in each of the categories, but it certainly gives me clarity on what it is the board wants me to do in each objective under each goal. And so I would encourage us to consider to keep them the same because this is only year 2 and each area can get significantly better. But if we keep moving, have a moving target, it makes it somewhat disheveled, it feels.
Okay, so I'll move back to Trustee Hinckley. I think that you said, and Trustee Doss also supported this, that we want to add under highly effective for objective 1.1 that Dr. Wells present a plan to recruit diversity in our certificated staff to the Board of Ed. And also that this exit interview process. So we want to make sure that those are incorporated into our highly effective language. Okay, Sarah, I believe you also had something under effective. I'm not sure that I caught that.
I wasn't sure which thing belonged where. I think, well, that the sentence made progress toward matching is not, I don't know how we measure that or what that means, how we evaluate someone based on that. I mean, maybe it just means our staff is more representative than it was the previous year. I think given the challenges involved in recruiting, I think I'd rather have something that he has control over, like something that can be done rather than sort of an outcome based, if that makes sense. So I don't know if, I mean, given that this is a priority for the district, I think effective work in this area would be an appropriate place for presenting a recruiting plan. I mean, that seems like a basic, I wouldn't consider that highly effective. I would put that as in order to meet this objective effectively, you have to have a plan that has to be presented. So I would put that in under effective.
Under effective, okay.
Can I ask clarification on that, President Tutain?
Sure.
A plan is one thing, but implementing it with, I like what Vice President Duran always refers to, data. And that is, for example, and part of our recruitment efforts, we were pleased to recruit a top-notch African-American English teacher at the high school who came out of Spelman and went to UCLA and was their chief editor for their newspaper, and was recruited by pretty much all of Oakland high schools and offered a prestigious job teaching English at the private school called Head Royce. Are you guys familiar with Head Royce? Because we went out and to recruit her and get her, the high school principal and vice principal and team interviewed her and begged us to hire her before she left the interview. But it was those recruitment efforts that caused us to get the most sought after high school English teacher who happens to be African American and who started just last week. And so those kinds of things I think should be shared with the board and can be quantified. So we make sure we do a better job at communicating that. But we were very pleased with that recruitment.
That's amazing, because Head Royce has less students and it's in a pretty nice neighborhood in the Oakland Hills. So that's amazing. We were able to scoop that teacher from them. I think it would be great to hear more success stories like that, and I think that it would help with the evaluation process.
So I would have, like I did last year, in each area, what I did and didn't do under each objective. But I do like Trustee Hinckley's suggestion about a plan, because he who fails a plan plans to fail, about how we go out and have an extensive recruitment piece that include all key parties. But I just wanted to give you anecdotal in terms of the efforts, but we need to have that be captured in our recruitment plan. But I want to let you know our efforts here are starting to make a dent. That was just one anecdotal.
Okay, so I want to
Can I jump in?
quickly, to Vice President Duran and to Trustee Clark.
Okay, and I don't know if somebody, excuse me if somebody mentioned it already, the staff representations, I'd like to change that specifically to teachers, separate teachers and staff, because we know we have a diverse range in staff in general, but when you look at teachers, that diversity is not as strong. And take, for example, what your numbers would be, and I believe last year you did come up with a percentage, because, for example, Asian students are basically 30% at least of the student population, and I don't believe their teacher numbers are anywhere close to that. So don't know if you're going to have a percentage per group as a start, but teachers definitely has to be highlighted.
Okay, so we can change that to our teaching staff, not just to overall staff. Trustee Clark, did you?
Yeah, I'll just keep it brief. This is kind of going back to what Dr. Wells was saying a few minutes ago, as far as adding objectives or changing them from year to year. I don't think that's fair at all. He's brand new. He's been here for a year, and he needs time to accomplish these objectives and goals. So I'm not in favor of adding or changing things on them, especially if in the future if people are considering doing it on a year-to-year basis. That's not fair.
Well, I just want to make it clear that hopefully we're working hand in hand with Dr. Wells. I didn't hear him, thinking that it was too much to present a plan for diversity recruitment to the board, or to implement the exit interview process.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I was just changing the wording. Frank was talking about adding new objectives or changing objectives. So that's not what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Then we're more on the same page. But I do think that maybe this conflict is going to come up as we move to objective 1.2, which is assess the effectiveness of the academic interventions by examining existing achievement gaps and reviewing placement protocols. Because I think that objective 1.2 was really designed to be like a first-year superintendent's job, you know, to just assess the state of the district and where our problems were. And actually, I'll turn it first over to Dr. Wells. Do you think that that we can do, you know, a bit more than this? I point out to you that this starts all with examine historic data and entrance protocols with executive team, BOE, blah, blah, blah. Develop plan of action to incorporate suggested changes through single plans for student achievement. So is that what you want to do this year?
I think that's part of what we want to do. You might want to even add /LCAP, because single student achievement plans along with the LCAP are all connected and aligned. So that works.
Board.
A question, well, two. One is, does there have to be a caveat because of halted testing due to COVID and or other things that you might want to include, Superintendent, in lieu of?
No, not at all. I don't want to pass on that. I think we have a responsibility to create our own, you know, not having the state exam this year illuminate our responsibility that we should have been doing historically, to create our own assessment infrastructure whereby we administer pre-assessment, mid-year assessment, and post-assessment to determine the efficacy of our efforts. So that's what we'll be including this year. So no, not having the state exam doesn't preclude us from our awesome responsibility of having an assessment plan that we will be sharing with the board on a regular basis.
I get that, but where is that? I mean, how are you gonna say that?
I agree with Vice President Duran. If that's what you're gonna do, Frank, then that's what should be in objective 1.2. You just said something very clear. You said you were gonna create a local assessment plan that was gonna have a pre-assessment, a mid-year assessment, and a post-assessment. And this is something that you're going to institute. So this is exactly what your plan is. So that has to be included, right?
Yeah, put that in highly effective. That's something I challenge myself to. It's good for our kids.
Okay, the second part that I want to come back to is that you've mentioned already in a board meeting that as part of student achievement, you're going to have a task force, correct?
That is correct. We're moving forward with that.
And so where does that fall? Does that fall as an objective, or is it just part of, because placement protocols to me no longer is something we're talking about, is it?
No, but those initiatives that I shared with the board are things that are going to be above and beyond these objectives here because it's necessary. But if you feel like we should put it in there, I think that should be part of the evaluation piece. I don't think it needs to be an objective. It's basically a response to goal number one. As I look at and grapple with, okay, student achievement for all, closing the achievement gap, I create my own internal objectives that I know are good for kids and staff. And I'm just sharing with you a few examples. They're not reflected in these objectives, but if you wanted to put them in there, they would go under, I think, the highly effective area.
Well, I think they certainly would complement what you're trying to do, and definitely, but whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that's our job tonight, is to try to get you to articulate what you want to do to make sure we include everything that the board wants you to do and get it written down.
Well, I agree 1000% with Vice President Duran. Okay.
Okay.
I'm a little confused. Sorry, go ahead. I'll go after.
I just have a little process question, because this agenda item says we're also determining the board objectives. So my understanding is that this document sort of represents what we're all going to be working on this year and prioritizing. This objective in particular was sort of a one-time thing to be done. And so I want to make sure that this reflects the board's commitment to the task force and the achievement gap work that the superintendent just described. Because we're not working on a separate document that reflects the board's goals, right? This embodies sort of what the district's priorities will be this year. Am I right? Or
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
So these first 3 goals, the objectives under these first 3 goals become the district's goals for the year. So it is very important to have what we actually all want to work on, what we want our board meetings to be focused on. That has to come through in these first 3 goals in part 2.
What about, remember the evaluation tool that we use for the board? Are we not going to look at that tool? Certainly hand in hand with these goals. I have no problem with that, but we do need to look at that. There was some issues around that too that we should be discussing.
I'm not sure if we need to do that now. I mean, the superintendent's evaluation tool, is like the game plan. But the board's governance, effectiveness and governance, I think we could deal. That could be dealt with at a later time. But if we want Frank to get going and do certain things, we need to tell him in September. So I know we're not done with objective 1.2. I was just looking a little deeper to see if maybe the task force would possibly come under support the whole child, or communicate and lead together.
I think it would come under the last 2, support the whole child and communicate and lead together.
It's not student achievement?
The task
No.
force?
The task force.
Yeah, task force would deal with student achievement task force, which is aligned and connected to the whole child. You can't do one without the other.
Well, can you explain that a little bit more? Because that's not what I understood when you presented at a board meeting regarding the task force.
Yeah, I gave I signaled part of what the task force would take on, but the task force would take on looking at those inhibitors to being all you can be academically, some of which may include social and emotional hurdles that students need to have addressed. Hence come the whole child, because that's synonymous with the whole child. If those who are needing some counseling and support on the social emotional side of the house can be considered a hurdle in the way of progress for academics. So those 2 are very closely connected, the way we see it.
Okay, I'm just going to break and I'm going to ask Ms. Shin, can you move us up to objective 2.1 and 2.2? Okay, guys, I'm just going to pitch this. I'm only one board member. It seems to me that objective 2.1 devise a mental health plan at all campuses. I think that the needs, because of the pandemic, for mental health counseling are going to be extreme this year. And so I think that even though this may need a little bit of an update in terms of the way it's phrased, I think that's very important. But if Dr. Wells believes that the proper place for the task force is under whole child, then it seems like it's fairly similar to what we have under objective 2.2, and that we might be able to incorporate the task force and its goals there. So let's consider that for a moment.
I think that makes sense. And I think we did the California Healthy Kids Survey bit, which is under here, and that could maybe be removed and replaced with this task force.
Okay. Any other?
I have a concern which is that the task force, the way I understood it, was for students basically that are below grade level and are not achieving academically. Whereas when we go to goal 2 and the whole child, I think we're talking about a ton more students, even students that are academically successful. But one, as you pointed out, during COVID, there's additional crisis situations. But 2, the diversity of kids in terms of who they are, gender, etc., I think encompasses a whole lot more kids in terms of the whole child and mental health issues. So I'm afraid to, well, it's up to the superintendent, but I feel it's pulling away. There's too many distractions. And it doesn't seem that that student achievement and the gap is going to be a focal point if you start including mental health, et cetera. Of course, it's a part of, but in terms of the emotional growth of all students, student engagement, social, emotional, behavioral, that's a whole enchilada all by itself. And it's just not particular to students that have an achievement gap situation.
I appreciate that contribution. Maybe it belongs in both places. Maybe we need to have, so what are the plans this year in particular for how we're going to address the achievement and opportunity gap? Because if the task force is going to make particular recommendations or if action is going to be taken, then you know, is it just too early to articulate those, or do we know some of the directions that we're going to go?
Well, the task force is going to be twofold. It's going to address the academic side of the house and the social emotional side of the house. And so perhaps it could be split.
Whoops, Frank, you went on to mute again.
Oh, sorry. The academic achievement task force can be split because it has two sides of the house. One is the academic side that can go under goal 1 and one of those objectives. And then the second part, as Vice President Duran mentioned, the social emotional side can go under this objective here, 2.2. And that way it's more aligned. And it's evolving.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Could I just add one last quick thing? Well, no, I guess we can't do it because the board has not arrived at any decision regarding a diversity director or coordinator, whether it somehow fall, because superintendent had mentioned it earlier, that it might fall then under one of his goals, right? And so I'm just throwing that out because we haven't made any decision or discussion about it, truly.
Well, I think, you know, this is hard work, guys. And I do think that we underestimated the delicate balance between maintaining Dr. Wells' evaluation form so that we're just not like, you know, pulling the rug out from under his feet every year. And, you know, what it was going to take to update these objectives. But I would say that what you just said, Clementina, about the possible diversity coordinator, to me, that would really begin to fall under goal 3, communicate and lead together. To me, that seems to be connected with leadership. like, you know, making the point that this is an area of strong focus and priority, seems to me to be leadership associated. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that. Trustee Doss, I haven't heard from you recently. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that I was just a little confused by like kind of the scoring process a little bit. So I was hoping for some clarification because as we kind of talk about these, when Dr. Wells shares some of his ideas of what he's thinking that he's going to do in order to meet some of these goals, and then we have discussions around changing the goals to his ideas, and so I'm a little confused because if we're talking about the sections we're going to be scoring them on, and then he shares, you know, ideas that he has as we're going through the process, depending on how those ideas go, then that will help us determine how we score it. I don't think it should change to whatever his idea is, if I'm making sense. Like,
That makes a lot of sense.
Does that make sense? Like, I wouldn't want I like hearing the ideas because then we know like to look for it, and that he's determined that this is the best way to be highly effective at this section. So it's good to hear about it, but I wouldn't want to change the section to whatever that was, because I'm assuming that the plan he's given us is based on the already established section.
I don't know.
In other words, President Tutain, I think what Mr. Trustee Doss is saying, my actions won't be limited to these objectives. I'm going to have additional activities and creative and innovative ideas and practices in addition to these. And so the issue becomes, do we want them reflected in the goals? I mean, in these objectives, or keep these objectives, which are quite good, and anything I do above that be recognized as above that moving forward. Because you guys did all this work last year, and it was good work.
Well, okay, but you know, notice what happened last year is there was no goal. Well, excuse me, there was no objective around crisis management, not in part 1 or part 2, and so that was completely passed over because your contract is tied to this evaluation tool, and there is no way to give you any kind of credit for something that's not a part of this evaluation tool.
Oh, absolutely. That's in evaluation, nothing precludes you from adding addendums and recognition, especially around leadership. So you're not precluded, and nor would the contract preclude you from including additional things that you might want to acknowledge, good, bad, or indifferent. And that can fit under one of the areas under instructional leadership during a crisis, staff relationship during a crisis. So there's creative ways to do that, and I would be in full support of that moving forward, just so you know.
Well,
yeah, sorry, I was just gonna say, yeah, because I guess the point that I think is important, well, a couple points. One, Trustee Clark made a really good point when we first started, which was we did spend a lot of time on this, and a lot of thought went into it. And then we, you know, shared these goals and ideas with our superintendent. And then we scored him based on this evaluation. And then we met with him and gave feedback based on this evaluation. So based on this evaluation, based on the work that we already did, and based on the feedback, then he goes back based on that information to improve on the things that we pointed out. But if we change it, then how does he improve on the previous stuff that we talked about? If we switch it around, or we base it on different ideas that he comes up with now and things like that. Like I think the evaluation tool has to remain the same. That's the only way that you can take the feedback and then see that there was improvement on it. But if you change the evaluation criteria, then the scores are going to be, it's going to be different all over again because we changed it, which I think comes across as a little unfair. But maybe I'm understanding that wrong. So happy for clarification.
I think that
To me, the problem is that some of these are specific things that he already did last year, and once they're done, they're done. So it's not like a job evaluation that says, you know, be nice to everybody every year, that you can continue to do it. It's like your job is to, you know, if I tell my kid to clean out the garage, then once it's done, it's done. I can't evaluate him again. So for example, objective 2.1, devise a plan for mental health program at all campuses. Once you've met the effective measure of that, you can't do it again the following year. So I think for the first half of the evaluation, things that are ongoing, the sort of general skills, I think you're absolutely right. It's not, you want to build skills, but for things where it's, you know, complete a particular task, like analyze the survey and determine if changes are needed, you don't want to have someone do that year after year after year. You can only do it one time. So I think that, to me, that's the distinction, that we expect the superintendent to do additional things the following year, not the same tasks that were already completed.
And it's because of that reason that I raised the issue in the first place. It sort of feels that we're not so much building, we're just kind of repeating. Like objective 2.1, devise a plan for a mental health program. I thought the superintendent did do that. So it's like, check, that's accomplished last year. I can't quite remember if it was effective or highly effective, our evaluation, but it's checked, it's done. And therefore it needs to move on to a higher step or a different step that, you know, could revolve, I mean, does revolve around mental health, but it can't be the same thing. That's why this is sort of unclear to me.
Can I ask a question of clarification? I think the expectation remained the same. For example, the one that Vice President Duran just talked about. We still want mental health services at the highest level at every school. If this falls off, does that mean we don't have to do it anymore?
No, but for example, superintendent, devise a plan. Last year, you devised a plan so that there would be mental health services at all the school sites. You did that. So now what? What do we do around mental health now that it's at the school sites? What's the next building block of that we would evaluate you on?
It would probably be a system of how we use the mental health workers through an equity lens to provide services. So you build on it, not take away.
So the way you phrase that sounds great. So effective and highly effective would be versions of, you know, for example, evaluating who's receiving counseling and evaluate whether we are providing services through an equity lens. I mean, I think that sounds great. I think we're all thinking the same thing. It's just a matter of how it gets worded.
Yeah, I agree. So like you don't get, you know, you don't get a score of 4.0 at the end of this year for devising a plan, because you already did that this past year. What would be the point of that?
But
so
I would be amending it this year to make it better through an equity lens and including a system for providing services to all kids and being more responsive.
Right. So those are the kind of updates that we need to these objectives so that they reflect, you know, like if we were to go down mission to the goal 4, provide financial stability. 4.1 is conduct the necessary research to create a fiscal stabilization plan. Utilize the Budget Advisory Committee to build a consensus-driven final draft and present it to the Board of Ed. So that fiscal stabilization plan, I mean, we still want to be fiscally stable, you know, no mistake, but I think that we're, you know, it states under highly effective that you're supposed to, you know, that you're supposed to use school services to help devise this plan. You know, that was last year. That's been done. We still need to be fiscally stable, but the things that it will take to be scored as highly effective would be new this year.
And once again, you know, in terms, I mean, I love the focus on the equity lens. How do you evaluate that? What documents, I mean, that's a difficult one to evaluate, and maybe that's why equity is difficult. So what data would you be able to produce, Frank, that would provide us with that you're effective or you're highly effective?
I would come with the process and the systems that we deployed and the students that have been receiving services on a regular basis based on our intentionality of those kids who may be suffering in silent, and that we take a more proactive role based on data that's generated, i.e. not engagement, missing from school. What do we do? And so those are kind of equity lens practices, that engagement practices that we would look at and evaluate and have a part of our culture that would be vastly different from the way we practice and routinely engaged in mental health services for kids who were available.
Okay, guys, I caught most of that and was able to write it down. I think that what's going to happen is we're going to have to talk through these, and then I will try to incorporate the ideas that I hear, and I'm just going to try to follow the voice of the board, but as you know, so please just what I create, it might need adjustment. It's, you know, I'm not trying to promote any particular, I'm just going to try to synthesize what I hear. But I think that everybody is going to need to look at it again before it's voted on, because this is difficult.
We jumped to 4.1. Did we skip 3.0?
We did. We skipped the whole 3 section.
Have we even finished 2 though?
You know, I'm looking at the time, and I know we really are going to have to end on time to be respectful of all of our members. So we've got 27 minutes. So I just want to open it up fully to the board and to Superintendent Wells to please let me know. Make sure that you have said anything you consider really important, and I'll try to incorporate it.
What I think is really important, and I need the board help on this and support, and I've got to get over myself, because I'm a very prideful person, so I got to work on myself with that, and I have a hard time asking for help. So this is a big step for me in the right direction, asking the board for help. And this is the area where I see we have a big hole. We survived it, but especially during the pandemic with me being converted into a chief communication officer was very tough. And so with our goals, we want to put our resources and have them aligned. And I'm not talking about being like a Berkeley or a San Leandro where we have a $500,000 or multi-million-dollar communication department. I'm going to ask the board probably for about to support me in creating a coordinator position, communication coordinator position for maybe about 90,000 or so, for this area, because it can do so much more in terms of communicating and leading together and being really responsive and being in front of communication. And so I'm signaling that I'm going to be asking the board to support me with creating a coordinator position, communication position that would help the district out tremendously, so that it's just not a goal that's full of rhetoric that, hey, here's our goal, but there's no money aligned with it or resources. So this is the area through my own assessment and reflection and discussion with my whole cabinet where we need significant help. And we're not going to try to be on par with others, but understanding we have tight budget strings. And even with that, we can afford a $90,000 position, and we need it. Just thought I'd put it out there.
Can I just comment? I'm not responding directly to that, but my overall thought looking at this was that we already have an item in the first part of the evaluation that has several elements on communications to the board. So I actually was surprised that we have another 2 objectives here that are measuring communications by the superintendent to the Board of Education. And it seems like a lot of repetition. So one of my thoughts was that objective 3.2 really focus on community communication and eliminate anything about the board, because otherwise we have like 6 items about communicating to the board. So just have that item focus on communicating to the community, both the newsletter, but also, perhaps other forms of communication. And then for objective 3.1, this one seemed to focus on hiring at the management level, which also seems like a lot of weight to give sort of one very specific thing. So I wonder if objective 3.1, if others would be willing to broaden that a little bit to something about how the board is given information on something else, like student achievement, or one thing I would like to see this year, and maybe this speaks to the need for more resources, is for us to be getting packets earlier, for there to be more comprehensive presentation documents earlier on, and just more, sort of more data in a format that I think is, I understand is timely or time consuming to produce, but I just would like to tweak this objective because I feel like we're giving a lot of weight to one very specific thing that doesn't even happen more than a couple times a year.
Could I jump in with that? Because I really feel that, and I don't mean to be negative, but I just don't feel that I get timely information. I mean, sort of the things that Sarah is stating. I definitely want us to be better informed and in a more timely basis. And so I think that, yes, if we could just really zero in on a very specific goal like that, to me, that would make a world of difference for me and how I feel and how successful I feel I am or I'm not. And then the second point is in terms of objective 3.2, maybe that's something where Kim's remark about the COVID crisis and the kind of communication that's needed, I really feel that our superintendent needs to be not only the spokesperson and the communicator to our parents, but the guy that parents can lean on during this very difficult time. And so I would like there to be more a focus on that, not on the general things that we go, yeah, parents get this information about academic achievement, they get blah, blah, blah. I think parents obviously really care about what's going on during the COVID. If their kids are learning remotely, when are they getting back to school? Issues like that that are just so, that's what the parents care about. And so, you know, we can put out the year bulletin or do, you know, as we're going through the year at our agenda meetings, that the parents do know what's going on there in terms of academic and whole child. But certainly the communication is just so key now around COVID. So I agree with Sarah in terms of the first one really zeroing in, and the second one I would really like to zero in on COVID and the kinds of communication that are needed. And I'm willing to, so I know the superintendent needs some assist. I know you guys all work so hard, and if a communication person helps with that, I don't know where that person would help, but if you're able to articulate more what areas that communication person, what work they would do, I would certainly be, as one board member, willing to consider that.
Well, that person would do what the board and the goals and objectives say needs to be done. And it would help relieve us from being so taxed, and with the limited time we have to get out packages in a desirable time. When you're taxed, you can't be sustainable, and you're gonna collapse at some point. And the reason why our neighbors are not collapsing, because they invested in this arena. And we're just being resourceful and running on fumes here. So it's good to hear your thoughts around that, both Trustee Hinckley and Vice President Duran. So thank you for that, very insightful.
Okay, I think we can move to finances, number 4. And I need to assess the board so it's been a struggle the past several years financially, and we've had this cycle of
I'm sorry, President Tutain, just clarification for 3.0, 3.1, 3.2. Can we amend it to include the community like it was recommended in terms of communication?
Yeah, I agree with what was said by Trustees Hinckley and Duran, and so I will try to write up some language about that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Can I jump in, President Tutain?
Yes, please.
So does that mean that we're accepting his request for a communication position? I don't think that should be part of the evaluation.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think we can discuss that either.
yeah, I think that, I mean, what I would put in the evaluation, what I would put in the evaluation would just be improved communications in the areas that were described. And how he achieves that that's like, yeah, that's a separate question.
But just in terms of the process, and I appreciate Trustee Clark, I will come back to the board after you guys officialize this and tell you what support I need so that we can meet these goals and objectives. And at that time, I would hope to get the thumbs up from the board around the support I would need to reach these goals and objectives.
Right, but we talked about creating another position earlier on tonight. I mean, this might not be the right time to be talking about this, but we can't just keep adding all these positions when we keep deficit spending year after year after year.
I mean, I feel like it's one thing for the superintendent to say he intends to bring that, but I think the board really can't discuss proposals that haven't been put on the agenda.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that kind of goes back. Yeah. Well, I think that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, is that as we're going through these, Dr. Wells might share some ideas that he has and some opinions in regards to it. But it doesn't mean that we need to like make any changes to this or make any decisions tonight. He's just given his ideas and sharing what he's thinking as we're going through it. So I think we should kind of take it as that. If we're really going to add a position, I'm assuming that that will take a lot of discussion, the same as the previous positions that we've added, and that there's a process. And I'm sure that Dr. Wells and his staff will follow that process. So I don't think we need to worry about that. But I wouldn't want to stifle him from sharing his ideas, because I'm kind of enjoying hearing some of the things that he's thinking about as we're going through. But not to worry that we're still going to use the same processes to implement the things that we're implementing. Because I mean, Trustee Clark makes a good point. We can't just add all these positions, right? But I think we're going to follow the right process, and I think that Dr. Wells is thinking out loud, and I appreciate it, because it helps to kind of put a lot of these objectives in perspective.
Well, I think that's a perfect transition to our goal 4, which is provide financial stability. So there's all of these ideas, but we have to ask our superintendent to help us achieve financial stability for the district. So I briefly brought up objective 4.1 before, which was to create a fiscal stabilization plan. So it seems like COVID, there was a plan, and and then all of the changes to the budget that had to do with COVID really maybe brought us back to a new ground zero. We're in a very different position than we thought we would be in. And I wanted to ask the board if there was any interest in the idea of trying to make a plan to establish and grow a reserve fund, because I'm not sure where we're going to end up this year, but I think that we do need to have some sort of a reserve fund, so that we're not always having to make cuts to get to that 3% in the second year out. So that's my pitch for including something about a plan that would include a reserve.
Well, isn't that a fiscal stabilization plan?
Could be. It's not the same one that we had before. Yeah.
I mean, one of my comments was that on this item, we don't define what fiscal stabilization plan is. So maybe we could, I mean, highly effective implies that a fiscal stabilization plan means eliminating the structural deficit, which personally, I don't know that that's possible next year. We don't know, but so maybe one option is to add a definition to effective that says something. I don't know how you would define what that reserve would be, but or whether we would be able to arrive at that tonight. I mean, maybe one thing we could do is ask as a follow-up step for the superintendent to actually flesh a couple of these out by saying, how would you define an effective fiscal stabilization plan? I'm not asking you to answer that now, but as a follow-up, maybe. Just to ensure that we get through this and objective 5 or goal 5.
And could it be as simple as a 1% each year, as because then next year it'll build another percent and another percent. I mean, that's sort of a living kind of an objective, right? And it's realistic as opposed to wanting a big reserve.
Right. And it might just be because there's so many unknowns this year. It might just be propose a plan on how we could accomplish this, start walking in that direction, sort of. Okay.
One of the things we asked the Budget Advisory Committee to do was work longer term, like a 3 to 5 year plan to get us to a balanced budget. So maybe one way to define effective is, having a balance, eliminating the structural deficit 3 to 4 years out or something. And then highly effective is a plan that eliminates it sooner than that.
Got it.
We have to be very careful here because this is related to too many other things that are very clear to me. That is staff morale. For example, if we were to come up with that, that means stay put, no salary raises or anything with to add to morale and have an adverse impact on student achievement and all those other things. So it's not that simple because the fiscal stability is connected to so many other things. But having a plan that we stick to that's fluid and adjustable, because that's the way budgets are, they're not inked in, they're a moving target.
So maybe this is a good item for you as a next step to define in a fiscal, what you would put under this, you know, between now and our next meeting.
Yeah, I can certainly work with our CBO and the definition that's universal with our State Department. So I could do a little homework, most certainly. Thank you for that.
And, you know, and also noting under highly effective for 4.1, it says, with the support of the bargaining units, plan eliminates it. So if the bargaining units are somehow involved in budget process throughout the year, they hopefully will buy into developing a better budget for the district.
I saw Trustee Clark's hand up and then it came down.
Yeah, I'm good. I can't get a word in. It's all right.
Okay, but I will try to break in if I see your hand go up so that you can have a chance to speak. Folks, I know we've got less than 10 minutes left. I would say when I read over this earlier, I thought that objective 4.2 really didn't need anything. I mean, I think 4.2 stands the test of time. We're still working on increasing our enrollment and we can work on decreasing our chronic absenteeism. And so that seems very on point. If we can move to our construction updates, our goal 5, I think this needs to be updated to include some Marin timelines. You know, those plans should be approved by the end of the school year, and they're hoping to break ground at Marin in June of 2021. So there was a little bit of update there. And 5.2 is just provide ongoing updates to the board and community regarding construction. I think that what would be happening then is if we're able to stay on target for Ocean View, then toward the end of the year, the superintendent will see if we are on target, then next summer, those teachers will be moving back into Ocean View, to the new Ocean View, and that will involve a lot of communication to the parents about how, you know, how that's going to happen. So that's all I see for the managed construction. I want to give everybody else a chance to pitch in on anything that they don't feel that a point they want to make before we end. Trustee Hinckley?
So the other thing is that a plan for temporary housing of Marin is going to need to be developed and implemented, which is, maybe that's under, I mean, that seems a little bit different from, it's halfway in between these two objectives, but I don't think we can assume that Marin families are just gonna I don't think we can assume we have a plan for temporary housing. I think we're going to have to do that again.
I think it's the only chance we have to reevaluate the temporary housing and make changes if we can. So it certainly should be examined again.
And some circumstances may have changed, or, you know, spaces are different, or what have you. So I think we should make sure there's enough space, recognizing how much time it's going to take, if last time was any indication.
Are you saying, Trustee Hinckley, that should there be something in the objective then that speaks to that, or in terms
I mean,
of
I guess it,
evaluating?
right. I guess it depends. I don't know. I mean, it almost seems separate, because it's not just about updating the community. It's about managing the process of making a proposal for temporary housing and all the public input. And, you know, we have to keep in mind there are going to be many, many families that weren't here for the first round of that, and are now going to want all that sort of same set of information. And so I don't know. I don't want to just sort of add it to these other two, because it seems like these other two are pretty rich in and of themselves. I just want to acknowledge that that work is going to have to happen. So it seems fair that he get, you know, credit for it. So it may need to be a third objective under here. I don't know.
President Tutain, we have about 3 or 4 minutes. I'm just going to ask, and I'm going to push the issue. I'd like to hear Trustee Clark's thoughts about goal number 5. I remember him spending some time on it doing my evaluation, but it would be helpful if you took some time to give your feedback here, Trustee Clark.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. I just wanted to talk about something else real quick. Trying to be respectful here, but when there's only a certain amount of time and other people dominate the conversation, it takes away from other people having a chance to jump in or to say anything. So I hope that people would just realize that there's a lot of people who would like to speak. And when people are constantly talking, it takes away time from other folks.
Any thoughts about the managing construction? Anything in terms of the objectives, make some adjustments? Your thoughts behind that?
I'm good. Thank you, Dr. Wells.
Okay, I thank all of you for your thoughts and your input. I will do my best. One thing that I also mentioned in the when these materials were sent out was about the crisis management piece, and I will see if maybe we can't work that in somewhere, because I did feel like it was very unfair this past year that that was not acknowledged. So I will do my best, and then we can all view it as a board again and see what we like, what we don't like, and hopefully come to a conclusion before the end of the month.
Well, Trustee President Tutain, I got to tell you, I really appreciate, and we all recognize and admire your unbelievable efforts to make these things come to fruition. And a lot of this stuff is homework that is done away from us. And because I have the good fortune to communicate with you on a regular basis, this is a full-time job for you. And I just want to say thank you for all the effort and being receptive to all of the suggestions and input and reflection that you have to go back, because all the work, or most of the work, is done before we get to the board meeting, and it's done. This in this arena around this item by you. So we appreciate your leadership around that. And I just want to let you know my staff and I recognize it, and we appreciate you and we applaud you for it.
Well, thank you. I think we heard some great ideas tonight, and I think that this document will, get a little bit of an update and will end up being a better tool. So thanks, you guys. I know a 4-hour workshop on in between 2 regular board meetings is a lot. So thank you for being here and for all your engagement.
And it's exactly 8:30.
Oh, look at that. I feel like I should say something
Yay.
to make us late.
Yay, Kim.
But Trustee Clark, I appreciate what you said, and I personally will be more mindful as we go into our next board meeting on the following Tuesday.
Great. Yeah, I want to be sure. That's one thing about that came out at the beginning, right? When we did the time management thing about, maybe we need to do something with time limits so that we all have a voice and that we hear everybody talk. So we'll think about that more going forward.
Thank you, Trustee Doss.
Okay. And with that, we're officially adjourned.
Good luck tomorrow, everybody.
Thank you.